Alright, it's fixed. Come on, somebody come up, talk to me. Tap the screen, share the live, do all that stuff. Who's normal? Ash. Who's normal, Ash? Am I coming through? Just one hair? That shouldn't take too long. What the hell, Paulo? You were just yelling at somebody else. Are you still running?
Surprise!
Are you still running your live?
No, I stopped about a couple hours ago. I handed it off to Jenny.
Oh. Are you over there right now?
No, I left there. I was just, it was time to dip for a while.
Listening to you
I was
yell.
getting in my feelings.
Yeah, I was listening to you yell at somebody.
Thank you. That's what I like to do.
I know.
I hate these people. I just can't stand these people that are so intolerant. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't stand it.
The intolerance of intolerance.
I know. I got to work on it, but I can't stand it. People, they marginalize people. I can't. It's just so much for me to handle. I've always been this way, Mojo.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I've always been pretty mellow. I don't know why.
You just sound like you're stoned all the time.
That's funny. I've been stoned like 3 times in my life.
Why? What's wrong?
I don't like it.
Really? Oh,
and
man.
It just puts me to sleep.
Yeah, I take it at night.
I don't like it.
I can't do lives at night anymore because I get, the other night I was on your live and I was already elevated and I had to, take notes for the conversation so I could follow.
Well, I spent a life living on 4 hours of sleep, so.
Was this back in your hustler days?
Yeah.
Do you ever miss it?
Sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't change it if I could go back. I'd have done the exact same thing.
And why'd you give it up?
It kind of dried up to a certain extent. So when I started was when Rounders and Color Money came out. Well, Color Money came out way before that, but Rounders came out. And then there was a whole bunch of people that were playing pool and poker, and the pool halls started filling up a lot more, and people were gambling all the time. And that's when I decided it time to go on the road.
Well,
and then I quit because it kind of dried up. When I was on the road, it was harder and harder to find a game, and I had a decent amount of money and saved up, and figured I'd just go back to school. So I went back to school.
Oh, that's right. And you got your political science degree, right?
Yeah, I got a couple degrees, computer science and political science. And then worked in that for a while. I played pool during that time, but pool and poker still during that time, but it was mostly online and just a local pool hall.
Well, I wonder what made you major in political science.
I met a politician. I was going through computer science, and I had to take American. I don't know. I had to take some sort of a history class or political class. I don't remember what it was specifically, but the professor knew a politician that was running for office, so he brought him in to talk to us all, and I chatted with him for a little while after that, and went and had coffee with him and was working on his campaign the next day.
That's wild.
And
That's a
decided
wild story.
that I was going to go ahead and get both degrees at the same time.
My first major was political science.
Yeah. Well, my goal was actually, I had gotten accepted to the School of Mines for robotics. That's what I was going to do. I'm not kidding.
Did you tell me this before?
I did. Well, I probably did. I've said it before. That was what I was gonna do until I decided I wanted to go into politics. I figured I could always go back to school for robotics after that. But
that's a hard thing to get into, though. School of Mines, especially up in Colorado. I'm assuming that's the school you went to. That's not an easy get.
Well, that was a school I was accepted to. And then during my political science degree, I had a professor from DU who gave me some recommendations and wanted me to go be a lawyer. Like, fuck. So I didn't want to do that either.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we should have been lawyers.
No, you end up just doing a shit ton of paperwork. I would want to be a trial lawyer, but
think about this, though. This is what I told Vader like a year ago. It seems to me it's going to be lawyers that are going to be protecting our democracy.
Sure, but they don't. They work on pro bono or they work for nonprofits or something like that most of the time if they're protecting our democracy anyway.
Well, like when you're suing the government, right? And they're suing because there's something unconstitutional.
Yeah, exactly. There's no payout at the end of that. You're doing it for
the
clout.
Love of it.
The love of it or clout. Yeah. Constitutional lawyers specifically don't do it for money. And the only way you make money as a lawyer is if you work for corporations. And I couldn't see myself doing that. I'd want to be a public defender, and they don't make shit.
They don't make shit. They don't. You're right. They don't. They don't make anything, but then they turn around and they go to work for a law firm for defending.
Yeah, but they don't even make that much money. I mean, unless you're defending rich people, you're not making a lot of money. And I had no interest in defending rich people.
I had no idea when I went into banking. I had no idea that there were actually private bank, like a banker that would be devoted just to a rich people. Like that's all their whole job was. You could call and say, "Hey, I'm going to buy a car. Can you arrange it?" And they'll arrange it for you. Did you know that?
No.
Isn't that wild?
That is pretty wild.
But yeah, they have
consigliere, some shit like that.
Almost like that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
That was funny too. What do you think about that Iran deal, Mojo?
I mean, honestly, if it goes through, I'm happy. And the war, Iran gets rebuilt. I don't know. It's going to screw up it's already screwed up the global economy. It's probably changed the direction of the global economy forever. But this would be the best outcome to what actually happened is if Trump decides to sign this.
I don't disagree that the best possible outcome is that there is peace. But I don't know if Israel's going to go for it.
I don't think they are either, but maybe Trump is such an asshat that he decides to tell Israel to fuck off. That would also be a good outcome, right? If Israel keeps pushing it and tries to keep fucking us up, it'd be a good outcome if we actually cut ties from Israel.
Hi, I was wondering...
You were?
I was wondering if...
You were wondering?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
No.
I was wondering if Paula could rip a big fart for me.
When would you say something like that? Why are all MAGA people just like children? All of them. They're just children.
I thought it was funny. It made me laugh.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a friend of yours?
That's juvenile humor. It's like sophomore humor, right?
Oh,
reveals who they are.
I don't think that's funny. Go Army thought it was funny. But he's probably riding around on a lawnmower right now. He had to stop mowing the lawn so that he could type that in there.
Oh, doesn't he have his own landscape magazine, landscape company?
He's got his own lawn mowing company.
Okay.
Why did they always call themselves like landscape architects and shit like that when all they do is fucking mow lawns and trim weeds?
Maybe it's because they want to sound more impressive than that they just run lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Which actually is a good gig.
Really? It is for my neighbor.
My uncle did it, but he did it for the state, and he had his company mowed the medians and the highway. Those big old tractor-looking things. That's what he did.
That can't be.
He made a lot of money. That is a good gig. No. If you can get it, it's a good gig.
I don't know. Not something I would ever want to do. I don't know.
This is wild. TikTok's been slow lately.
It has. It's really dead right now. I don't understand why. The Iran deal, the Trump supporters are few and far in between. Nobody really wants to argue or defend the shit Trump's doing. There are liberals everywhere, and all the conservatives are sequestered in their own rooms.
Hey, I had to go into a libertarian live just to fight people. Isn't that amazing?
I should do that, but fuck them. I don't want to give them any viewers.
That's true. I thought Steel was a lot of fun on your live the other night.
That was pretty crazy. I really hate agreeing with Steel. That was sad.
There's actually a lot of things that libertarians and Democrats actually agreed to. And when I was in their live, I was trying to make that point, is that I don't know why you're voting for Republicans. They're more in line with the Democrats. And I had to sell it. Still didn't believe me, though. Imagine that. But it was so fun.
Yeah, well, honestly, libertarians are more aligned with liberals, with Democrats. The only thing that they vote for Republicans for is like a smaller government, but Republicans never get it. Yeah, they never get it. Yet they keep voting for that and hoping it's going to happen, and it never does. Exactly.
That's what I told them. I go, never, ever, ever in your lifetime have Republicans done anything but make the government bigger and created more deficits and debt. And they're like, no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Well, I'm just trying to keep you company till you have a MAGA come up.
You can yell at me.
I'm not going to yell at you.
Everybody yells at me.
I'm not going to yell at you. I did have a friend of yours the other night.
Who's that?
Corey.
You met him?
Yeah, I yelled at him for 3 hours.
Yeah.
No, I did.
I agree with Corey.
He wasn't doing a good job at selling communism. I'm just saying.
I know. I agree with Corey on like 95% of what he says. And then the other 5% means that I just fucking hate the guy.
He was fun, though. I had a good time debating him. I really appreciate it when people let you debate as hard as you can. Yeah. But you don't feel like you have to hold back or pull back because you're afraid that you'll hurt their feelings or,
Oh, he kind of crashes out, though, still.
He did. Yeah. He did. He called me some names. And
yeah. Well, he's told me multiple times that he's going to stick me on the wall and, have me taken care of. He also told me that when the revolution comes, I'm the first to go.
He's cute.
Yeah,
that's cute.
He's a little wild. We call them tankies. They're tankies. Yeah, I don't know where that term comes from. I never actually looked up the etymology, but I've heard a lot of people call them tankies, the people that want a revolution and they want it now and they want to overthrow the government and they want some sort of a vanguard party and some authoritarian, some Leviathan to take control of government until the people can take control.
But he wants the same thing as like American Amen does and Hale, right? They want a dictator.
They do until everything can be set up correctly. And then he wants to move toward the people controlling everything. Amen and Hale just want a monarch and an authoritarian dictator.
Do you know what? Yesterday on CT's Live, Hale and Leo were debating.
Yeah, I kind of heard that too. Leo's kind of stupid.
Oh my God. No, it was, I loved to hear it. I mean, it was a great debate because while Hale, he always is very even kill and he's very factual and he's Hale. Yeah. And Leo wouldn't let him finish his sentence. I had him mute up. I was laughing so hard.
Hi, Tess.
Hi.
Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Trump, and I'm 58.
Do you still support Trump?
I do, yeah. So,
yeah, no questions about what he's...
ask me any questions.
You don't mind the war in Iran. You don't mind the fact that we're going to end up with a JCPOA, but worse. That doesn't bother you?
What do you, explain what you're meaning. I don't see what you're saying.
So the JCPOA was signed under Obama. John Kerry helped put it together. That was the nuclear deal that we had with Iran.
Right.
Donald Trump pulled us out of it in 2018 because, for whatever reason, he decided to pull us out of it, and then and now we're going to end up going back into an agreement that's something similar to the JCPOA, except we give more concessions, like $300 billion to rebuild, a whole bunch more money released, sanctions. All the sanctions being lifted, and we don't even have a deal to get the uranium back now.
As far as sanctions are concerned, the deal that's out there right now, I don't think anybody knows exactly what all is in the deal. I think there's a lot of speculations about what's in the deal. It's not been signed, so I think it's a work in progress. What I've heard about the $300 billion, that's not going to be paid by the taxpayers. That's supposed to come out of the coastal, some kind of coastal agreement with investments.
So like half of it. Yeah, like half of it's coming from the Gulf countries, but the other half still needs to be fulfilled. And the $12 billion we have to give to them, that's before they'll even start negotiating.
Yeah, and see, I just don't think that, like I said, and like you said, negotiating. So this isn't a done deal. This isn't signed in stone. So I don't think that we're anywhere near a plateau where anybody needs to start panicking over what is in the deal. I think we just need to see what happens when this is all said and done. I don't think, with everything that they've done up till now, I don't think they're going to step backwards in time and put us in a worse position than we were with the agreement that was done by President Obama.
I think that we're not going to have a choice but to do that. But and if the deal
we do
goes
have a
through,
choice.
We don't.
Well, we kind of do.
Yeah,
Iran wouldn't want it, but we kind of do because we're still in a position where we could turn it to glass.
That would destroy all credibility we have on a world stage.
Well, I'm not saying, but I am saying that there is still an option. And I would think that Iran at this point would realize that everything he has said he's going to do, he's done. So
he actually hasn't done much of anything.
Well, he sent out military fighters in the middle of the night and destroyed the main production center that produced where the bombs were being produced for the nuclear weapons. That was done before the war ever even started. And we all know that was completed. There was...
I have no idea what you're talking about unless you're talking about what happened last year. But what happened last year was they just buried a couple sites, but they didn't stop anything from going forward.
Well, but I mean, he said that there was things that he was going to do, and he followed through with them.
Well, he always says there's things he's going to do, but he never follows through with anything. That's why he's called Taco.
Well, the entire regime that was in place was wiped out. I'm not saying they don't have new people in place, but the ones that they had are no longer, they've been unalived.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter because they have a system of government where somebody just takes their place with the same style of government.
Yeah, well, but I mean, you're saying he never follows through with what he said. He said that this was what he was going to do, and that's what he did. He's taken. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, he hasn't done anything. He hasn't taken down the government. He hasn't stopped Iran. Iran still has the blockade on. There's still not oil going through there. It's destroying the global economy right now, including the United States of America. Our economy is suffering greatly because of it. He has no way of getting out. He has no way of getting that uranium. I screwed this up from the beginning. He screwed it up when he pulled us out of the JCPOA in the first place.
Well,
I don't know. I guess in the end, I told Paul earlier, I think it'd be a good thing. If he signs this, it's a good thing. Just end the war. Even if we're in worse position.
I hope that, like I said, I don't think there's anything to get too panicky about right at this moment. They are still in negotiations. This isn't signed in stone. And a lot of it, we don't even know what's in it.
There's 14 points. We know what they are.
Well, I mean, I don't know what they are. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard anything official being reported on what's in it. I've only heard hearsay of what's in it. So until I hear officially...
You can read the 14 points. The administration released them.
Oh, they did?
Or you can read them,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you. I didn't know that.
That's all right.
Well, hopefully they do better than what I have heard up till now. And they get somewhere at least close to what we had.
Do you think this was something? When you voted for Trump, did you expect him to invade Iran?
No.
Did you expect him to invade Venezuela?
Honestly, I expected him to try to filter out the things that we had here that needed to be taken care of before he ever started on anyone else. We have so much here that needs to be rectified that I really thought that he would start with that. I really didn't think that he would start overseas. So no, I really didn't think that was even anything in his playbook.
Yeah. Okay, so when I asked you if you still support him, and you said yes, it seems like you voted for something that didn't actually happen.
Well, it's not that I voted for something that didn't actually happen. It's not happened yet. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. I'm just saying that what is going on is something that I never expected. In some ways, the things that he's doing in Washington as far as cleaning up the Capitol, I think that's great. I think that should have been done a long time ago. Those are, buildings and things that are supposed to represent our country. When people come to this country to visit the country, it shouldn't look slummy and crappy. It should look good. So, I'm all for that. I really, like I said, was strongly hoping that he would have started to remove some of the garbage in Washington as far as the people. And he's not doing that yet. I don't quite understand that. But I am hopeful that he will get around to that. But we will see. I don't know what the game plan is. I really don't. So I do still support him in the hopes that he does what I want him to do in the near future. If that makes sense.
It does. I mean, you guys, you MAGA people, whatever you call yourself, you are a hardy lot. You say just wait and see, and then when it doesn't happen, you move on to the next thing, and it's wait and see all over again. I mean, you guys are loyal, I guess, if nothing else.
I I know for the things that I want to happen, that's not going to happen under a Democratic president. That
Like what?
those things will not happen. So,
Like what?
well, we have people that are in power that shouldn't be in power, that have some really sketchy pasts. Those people should be in jail.
Like
I want to see jail.
Like Donald Trump? What the heck? Well, he's got 34
Chuck
felons.
Schumer,
He's got 34 felonies. Chuck Schumer hasn't been convicted of any crimes.
Chuck Schumer has got people coming forward and complaining of sexual assault, and nothing's being done about it.
I've not heard that one. That's new.
Yes, 14-year-old girl. It was his daughter's best friend in high school. It was a very inappropriate relationship. You can look it up.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, that's stuff that needs to be investigated. That's stuff that needs to be taken care of. We all know that Hillary has done some heinous things, and why she's not in jail, I do not understand.
We don't know that she's done anything.
The Russian hoax.
The Russian hoax?
The emails. The things that she destroyed. The evidence that she destroyed. Destroyed evidence is enough.
She went through a congressional investigation on this, and they didn't recommend any charges. I'm not sure what you're looking for. Donald Trump, by the way, has been adjudicated. Donald Trump has been adjudicated of sexual assault, and he's also has 14. He's convicted of 34 felonies. But now you're trying to go after other people while you voted for the guy that's the actual criminal.
And you realize that some of the felonies that he is convicted of, had they been charged to any other person, would not have been felonies. That the attorney that went after him had those bumped up to felonies in the past. Those were not felonies. Those were only felonies for Trump. You do realize that, right?
That's incorrect. But I'm not sure that it's relevant. A jury convicted him.
I don't know. Do you want to be charged with a misdemeanor or a felony?
Well, I don't want to be charged with any crime, and I certainly don't want to vote for somebody that was been convicted of crimes. I don't know why you accept that.
Did you vote for Biden?
I did vote for Biden, yes.
Okay. Did you read his daughter's book?
Her diary? Are you serious?
Book that she wrote.
Her diary.
That she wrote.
Her stolen diary.
Where it talks about how her father molested her.
Was Biden convicted of anything? Ever?
Okay, but that's my question.
Well, that's my question. We're talking about people. There's no evidence. He's not going to be convicted. He hasn't been charged with a crime. Donald Trump has been convicted of these things.
See, I find that to be so erroneously horrible statement, because you're taking somebody who was a victim of something and making it so much less than what it is.
There's no crime.
Okay, because he wasn't convicted.
There's no crime.
Molesting your child is a crime.
There's no molestation in the fucking diary.
Oh, okay. Well, she talks in her book in depth about how he treated her inappropriately.
He said that she wrote in her diary that they had at some point in time in her life that she had taken a shower with him or something like that.
That's normal if she was still young. That's very normal if she was 7, 8 years old.
I would say
7 or 8 years old. It's not normal for a daughter to take a shower with her father.
I don't know. I think it depends. It's not necessarily wrong.
So why didn't she do something? Why didn't she press charges?
Right.
Have you ever been molested?
Wait, there's no accusation of molestation there. None.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was adjudicated as a sexual assaulter, basically a rapist. Is what the judge said.
With the woman that is now it's all being appealed because she falsified statements.
all cases get appealed. You understand that, right?
I do, but because she falsified statements.
They can accuse her of whatever the hell they want. That doesn't mean that the appeals are going to go through.
Right.
Generally speaking, appeals don't go through. Generally speaking, the original findings stand.
Had it been with any other judge that was not biased, with any other court, the woman didn't even know when it happened. When she was
Crazy. This is so crazy. This is so
Trump
crazy.
is just constantly persecuted. He's a martyr.
No.
And Biden,
I don't care if it's Trump.
It's all about Biden.
I don't care.
What
It could have been
about
Biden. If it had been Biden, I would be saying the same thing. The woman didn't know when she was assaulted.
But you wouldn't be saying the same thing because you're talking about the diary of a young girl that didn't say anything about molestation, and somehow you've converted that into being molested. I don't get it. And then you're trying to get Donald Trump off of actually being convicted of these things. It's so weird.
Trump, it's whataboutism. It's like saying, well, Trump has done all this, so I have to project this onto Joe Biden or Hunter Biden.
Okay.
I don't know. You voted for who you did, and that's fine. But you think that these people should go to jail, and I just think that that's a strange thing to say when Donald Trump's actually been convicted of these crimes and should be in jail.
Tess, I have a question for Tess, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Mojo. Yeah. I was going to ask, do you think because there's multiple assault allegations against Trump, do you think they're all like a conspiracy against him, or do you think there's some of them are legitimate?
I can't speak to all of them. I think that some of them, and I mean anybody with two brain cells rubbed together, when you don't come forward until he's running for president to say anything, it's suspicious.
Right,
I'm not saying they're all that way. I'm saying that there is some potential.
Yeah, there's some back in the 90s and 2000s. Well, I was just saying, there's some back in like the 90s and early 2000s.
And some of those were dropped. Some of those, nothing ever came of those.
So you would deny that any of them? Would you say they were all like just people trying to get money, people trying to get a settlement?
And that's a possibility on some of them, yes. But I'm not saying all of them are that way. I'm not saying that because he's Trump. He's a grody rich guy.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so you're saying that kind of guy would have done some things, especially maybe towards certain women. I mean, he did have that whole leak of him saying he'd grab them by the,
Actually, what the full statement that he made is, when you have money,
they let you do it. Yeah.
They let you grab them by the hoo-hoo.
Yeah.
And basically that just goes to the fact that he's a grody rich guy. They're all grody rich guys. Okay. They all think that they're superior.
Right.
And it's far worse with the men. So I say that about all the men. It's not just Trump. It's all of them. They all think that they're somehow superior and can get away with this crap.
Right. Do you support Trump because you think do you think Trump is sort of an outsider and is going against, like he said he was going to drain the swamp and disrupt the establishment, right? Do you think he's been successful in that?
No. And I think the problem with Trump, though, is the fact that Trump is not a, I don't know how to say this the right way where you'll get what I'm saying. He's not a groomed attorney politician.
Exactly. He is an outsider in that sense. He's not a career politician like Ted Cruz.
Right. So I think he scares the establishment.
Sure.
Because they don't know what to expect from him. He does things that they don't like. He doesn't follow their rules of law. And that's disturbing. And when he says things like he's going to drain the swamp, that makes everybody a little nervous. Because in the end, they're all grody rich guys. Even the rich women.
Have you looked at his pardons by chance, Tess?
Not fully, no.
Would it surprise you to learn of all the numerous people he's pardoned, and it's removed few were convicted on defrauding people, and they had to pay them back, and with the pardon, they no longer had to pay them back? Would that surprise you to learn?
No, actually, no. No, because that goes to the grody rich guy side of him. That follows suit with the politician grody. You scratch
you
my
think-
back, I'll scratch yours.
You think Trump is a grody politician?
I was a grody rich guy. I said politician. I take that back. He's not a politician.
Okay. He is a politician now. After you serve one term as president, by default, you are a politician, are you not?
No, because he still does not react like a politician. He still does not behave like a politician.
4D
Yeah,
chess,
you're right.
right? He plays
You
4D
try-
chess. He transcends he's up above us all.
Well, he thinks so.
I definitely think he thinks so. Yeah, he's a megalomaniac. I don't think he is.
Do you think so? Do you think he's above us all?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, no.
Then
No.
Then why does he get away with felonies and essay charges, and you're just okay with it when he's not above any of us?
Because
Well, if your neighbor did that, or if your kid did that, or somebody that was your friend did that, I'd assume that you would disown them. Or
okay, so on the felony charges, like I said before, if you look into it, those felony charges had been charged before as a misdemeanor
You're
in
right.
many cases.
I know, but you're still
hold
just
on, hold
making.
on, hold on,
You're
let me
just making. You're just making excuses,
No,
though.
I'm not making
I don't need the excuses.
No, I'm not
just,
making excuses. I'm not making excuses. You asked me a question, and I'm answering you.
All right.
Those
May I-
charges had been. Go ahead.
No.
Yes, those charges, I agree. Those charges that were misdemeanors, you're right. But they got elevated to a felony because they were covering up. The felony charge came because he was breaking the law and with his financial statements in furtherance of covering up campaign finance violations.
The prosecuting attorney is who wanted this bumped up to.
It got bumped up. Who's that? Who was his lawyer when he first came into office? Do you remember?
Michael Cohen.
Michael Cohen.
Cohen,
Michael Cohen went to prison for the very crimes. Is what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
The only reason why
financial.
Trump's not in prison is because he got elected president.
Well, what I'm saying is because of the fact that if you have charges that are dealt with on a certain level, but all of a sudden because it's Trump, you bump them up to
No,
a
ma'am.
felony.
They weren't bumped up because of him. They were bumped up because the misdemeanor charges were in furtherance of covering up a felony. Do you see what I'm saying?
I
He was trying to
understand what you're
cover up.
saying.
No, he's trying to cover up a felony, which is that felony is the reason why Michael Cohen went to prison. So we
Yeah, it
already
was,
know that those crimes were a felony, right? So that's what I mean. We don't have to die on this cross. That's fine, but that's why he was charged in a felony.
Okay. As far as the great charges and the woman who charged that, there were so many contradictions. There were so many misinformations and things that came up in that trial. As I started to say earlier, had it been any, and I don't care if it was Trump, if it was Biden, who it was, John Doe down the street, I would say the same thing. He wouldn't have been convicted because there was so much that she said that made absolutely no sense, that didn't float.
Like what? Like what, Tess?
Okay, she didn't know when it happened. She couldn't tell you if it was spring, summer, or winter. But there was a coat that she was, there was a coat that she was wearing, and she could describe the coat in detail. The only problem is the designer of that coat came forward and said that coat wasn't even designed until the year after she said that occurred. Just things like that throughout the trial that didn't add up, didn't make sense.
But
She said that
had
there was
outcry
no money.
witnesses, right? Do you know what an outcry witness is? When she told her friends about it at the time.
Right.
When it happened, she informed her friends about it. Those are outcry witnesses.
Mhm.
It was their testimony is why Trump lost.
And if I could make a remark, it's definitely common, especially because this was back in the 90s or even 80s maybe. 20, 30 years after the fact, our memory is very fuzzy, and we can get details wrong to where we might say it was this year instead of the other year. That doesn't mean it was false.
Well, that is why, though, you asked me a question, and that is why, is because I didn't feel like things were consistent.
But the jury had the same information that you had, and they made a determination, and it was unanimous. And there was even a Trump supporter on the jury.
Well, I don't know what to say. I felt the way I felt about it, and you asked me about the other instances. Do I say they're all fake? No, I don't say they're all fake. I'm saying that some of them are. The ones that all of a sudden came forward at election time when he's running for president, I think are quite questionable.
What about the ones that weren't? The ones that already leveled those accusations, even his first wife?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that those are wrong. I did say that I believe some of those were very possible because he's just a grody rich guy.
It's just so weird.
But they're all grody rich guys. Not one of them has got a clean slate. They all are the same.
Wait, you think George W. Bush was a grody rich guy?
Hell yes.
Why?
Why? Because he had money. He had entitlement. They're all entitled.
What happened? Why do you think that? So you think that their life was easier because they had all that money?
No, money doesn't make life easier. Actually, I think money makes life harder. I think it makes it more stressful.
Wait, I have a question. What about Harris? I mean, she's obviously not a grody rich guy.
No, she's not a grody rich guy.
What is she?
A social climber.
You think she slept? Wait, are you going to tell me you think she slept her way to the top? Is that what you're telling me?
In part, yeah.
Oh my God!
It's not the correct way to say it. Social climber.
How many men in California do you think she slept with to get all their votes? I'm just curious. What's that number?
As far as I know, it was just one.
I didn't say she slept around to get votes. You asked me what I thought she was. I think she's a social climber.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take common sense to figure out what I mean by that.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean by it, man.
Wasn't it just
I didn't
one
mean
affair?
that she slept with everybody in California to get votes.
Well, Tess, it was just one man, right? It was Willie Brown. It was just one affair, right? So how is it a social climber? It's not like she slept with multiple men, each taking a step up the ladder each time. See, that's just like slander of her character. There's no basis to that.
Well, hold up. How many women do you think Trump slept with?
Yeah, is that
as he
okay?
wanted to. I mean, look how many wives he had.
Well, why is that okay?
I've already claimed that.
Why is that okay, though?
I didn't. At what point in time did I say that it was okay that he was a grody rich guy?
You voted for him.
Yeah, I did.
That would be the time.
I voted for him?
That would be the time that you said it was okay. You voted for him.
I can tell you part of the reason that I voted for him too, is because when she said that she was going to run the country
the same way Biden did.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. It's all the same propaganda. You guys all say the same things, by the way.
I heard her say it. I heard her say
that's fine. You guys all say the same things. Like every single one of you has the exact same talking points. We've heard all these things a million times before.
Wait a minute,
they
it's
are
not talking points.
They are.
It's not propaganda. I heard her say it.
They
of
are.
Course, a vice president. Yeah, Mojo. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
good. A vice president. Yeah, of course, a vice president is going to say that they're going to continue the legacy of their president. Like they're going to continue the path that Biden has put us on. That's completely normal. It's not like some kind of conspiracy or like saying, "Oh, Harris is going to keep the borders open and be doing everything Biden's doing wrong." That's not what it meant.
Well, that is what she said, and for me, that was an absolute killing point for anything she said after that, because any chance of the country being in the same tragic condition it was when he was president just was not going to happen.
What would you say was the most tragic state of
The open borders would have been the most.
Okay. Do you think if Harris was president, she would have just?
Well, she didn't do anything when she was the border czar.
Okay.
She only went down there one time.
Yeah, it's
well
the
after
same
the war.
fucking. It's all the same talking points. What the fuck?
What about what she campaigned on? She campaigned on like reform and border security. What about that? Do you think she was lying?
I think she was doing what she was told.
Yeah.
I think the country was run mostly by the Obamas and by the Clintons when Biden was president, because I don't think that he was cognitively in any condition to be running the country. And I think it was just going to be a lot more of the same.
Okay, I have a question, but and it's probably a shitty question, but I just want to know if you're willing to answer it. Do you think the government can control the weather?
No.
I do.
Of course, I have heard of cloud seeding, but no, I don't think so.
Wait, Mojo. I do, and like the way that they actually say they do, like, but it's meant to actually help, right? Like, I think it's called HAARP, HAARP, and like they actually do things to try to prevent natural disasters. They try to like limit natural disasters from being as bad as they would be. So like, I don't believe the conspiracy that they're doing it to hurt us, right? But they actually kind of do have certain things that they do with the weather to try to limit the impact of it. But then people like take a conspiracy of it and say, oh, they're putting like the sky trails or the chemtrails in the sky that's like poison coming down into our lungs, right? Of course, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I think people have got far too much time on their hands and watched too many stupid videos. The cloud seeding, I've heard of that. If in fact that is a possibility, I think that would be an interesting possibility for drought-prone areas. To be able to help. Once again, a helpful thing, not a harmful thing. But that's something I wouldn't know enough about to even speak on.
Yeah, that's good. So you haven't fell for a conspiracy like that?
God, no. No.
I can't.
Why are you laughing?
Wait, what about Marjorie Taylor Greene saying space lasers? Do you think there's space lasers?
Do I think there's space lasers? No.
I just think it's amazing that all of you guys. Okay, so Donald Trump comes down the golden escalator and says, the fake news, and they're bringing the criminals, they're bringing the drug dealers, and they're bringing the rapists, and they're whatever. They says all this stuff, and I'm thinking this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I've been voting for a long time. I've been working in politics for a long time. I've never heard any shit like this. And I'm thinking there's nobody in this country that's going to fall for this notion that the news is fake in some way, shape, or form. This is so stupid. Why does he keep repeating this shit? And here we are today where everybody's getting their fucking news from YouTube and Twitter and not believing actual news sources. It's just crazy to me.
Can I speak on that real quick, though? I heard during one of the things that they were doing before the election, I heard the president give a speech, word for word, sat through the whole thing. And then immediately they cut away to the news. And they had, I think it was 5 anchormen sitting there. And one of the female anchormen started talking about how the president had said this, and this. And I'm like, no, he didn't. He didn't say any of that. I watched the whole thing. And that was the first time that I thought, they're not telling the truth, because that is absolutely not what he said.
Mojo,
and I saw that for myself.
Our country is entirely fucked.
Oh man, Mojo, I think these people struggle with like comprehension of the media. I think they struggle with like when people give monologues on it, they struggle to comprehend how like the speech sounds one way and then the monologue like breaks it down another way. And
see, I'm fairly intelligent, so I can understand and I can comprehend.
I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm really not.
Yeah, I don't even mean that.
Kinda.
Even the smartest of us can struggle with like propaganda and media and like the bias of it. So I'm not like saying it's just you. Like everyone has to learn how to
But if I say that I believe in cloud seeding, I think that is beneficial to our planet.
Yeah.
And then an anchorman gets on there and said that I believe that cloud seeding is killing our planet and destroying our world. That's entirely different than what I just said. It's not a matter of how the sentencing is constructed or anything. It's entirely different.
Yeah, I mean, I get how, like, for example, like Rachel Maddow, of course, she like doesn't hide her bias against Trump, but I don't think that necessarily means that she like completely misconstrues what Trump says in his speeches. I think it's just that you disagree with the bias that she has.
Well, no, on this particular night, it was one of those situations where what I just said, what he said was totally repeated incorrectly. And it's like you're the news.
Quote. Yeah, like direct quote, and it was quoted. And you think it was purposefully quoted wrong?
Well, yeah, because why else would you do it? There was a time, I'm going to guess I'm older than all of you. But there was a time where if you turned on the news and they said that there was a rocket coming from Mars directed at Earth, you knew to gather up your crap and go for cover because there was a rocket coming from Mars. The news didn't lie. I mean, the news was not biased. There was no bias.
It's always been biased, by the way.
Not when I was younger.
Yes, it was. Human beings have no choice but to be biased.
Walter Cronkite was not biased.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was absolutely a fucking liberal.
Okay.
I listened to him as well, just so you know. Everybody's biased. We don't have a choice but to be biased. We have our own ideas on how we feel about things, and we can do as good as we possibly can to not let that bias show. However, the words we choose to use are the things that are going to define that bias. It's super easy to tell.
Exactly.
If somebody says death tax instead of estate tax, they are a conservative. That's just a reality.
Right. The language we use and the narrative, like it's impossible to avoid the narrative. If you're given a monologue or you're given some kind of statement, there's going to be a narrative that you are pushing.
Well, you were commenting earlier on you don't hear on the media about how bad things can be with the illegals coming across the border and the things that they do. You don't hear that because they don't report on it.
It's crazy.
They don't report. They don't report on the guy. So
say like that. Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
They don't report on the guy who was arrested and then released and then goes out and kills his girlfriend and the 3-week-old baby. You don't hear about that on the media.
Well, see, I think you do. It's just that, like, if it's like you watch Newsmax probably and Fox News, to where they give a spin to it, to where it's like they demonize all immigrants just from that one instance, right? And then, like, say MSNBC is just going to report on it, and they're not going to give that demonization of it.
Well, MSNBC is not going to report on that at all. You're not going to hear about that happening.
I don't think they completely avoid it and like keep it out of the news cycle because that would be too obvious.
Because there's a lot more of that happens that you never hear about on CNN, MSNBC.
Well, I mean,
on the prime channels, you never hear about it.
There's only so much that you can put in a 24/7 news cycle. So, of course, Fox News does choose to focus on immigration. MSNBC might choose to focus more on like wealth inequality or foreign policy.
Right.
Yeah.
So they are biased in their way, which. Yeah. If a person is only watching those channels, then they're not going to see the things that are the ugly truth of...
Well, you concede that, like, Newsmax and Fox News has their own bias as well? That is both sides?
Yeah, they're gonna lean more towards the criminal aspect of what's going on with the illegals. But if you're only watching CNN and MSNBC, you're not going to see that.
Right.
So you're not going to realize that's
and if you're only watching Fox News, then you're not going to see that people are dying in the streets, right? Because they're starving to death. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're You're not going to see that.
People were dying in the streets here before all the illegals came over.
Well, yeah,
Okay, but you're not
realize
going to see that on Fox News, is what I'm telling you, because they don't report on that shit.
Well, when you see
Families
homelessness
with
on Fox
children were
News,
dying
it's
in
like
the
saying,
streets
look at
before
all
these
these-
people came over.
Right. Well, when Fox News covers it, it's like, look at all these junkies and all these degenerates. Look at these dregs of society. We need to clear them out.
They are a drag on society.
See,
Well,
there's your
because
bias.
now
See,
we
there's
have-
there's your bias.
A lot of them are veterans that have PTSD
How is that a bias?
and mental illness.
How is that a bias? Because now, not only do we have to figure out how to take care of all these illegals,
It's crazy.
and that's taking away from the ones that needed to be taken care of before they came across. So how is that a bias?
It's a bias because you think that they are something evil rather than somebody that needs help. That's where the bias comes in. And you hear that from Fox News. You don't hear that from MSNBC.
I just said, if you'd have been listening, now we have to figure out how to take care of all of these people that came across illegally and not have as much resources for the ones that were here that needed to be taken care of. We're taking away from our own people to take care of these people.
Well, what do you think the best way to help homeless people would be?
Well, one, the people that aren't supposed to be here need to be taken back to where they belong.
That's
Okay, and then U.S. citizens. How should we help U.S. citizens?
I'm a big fan of finding areas to build the tiny homes. Get these
They're like
people off the streets.
It's like a homeless shelter for them. Sort of.
Well, tiny
But it's
home
meant for-
communities.
Yeah,
Communities.
for them. Okay.
And give them these homes, get them in programs that help them become self-sufficient, because a lot of times it's not a matter of just losing your job and losing your home. Sometimes it's mental health issues, it's illnesses. Get these people the help they need, whether it's physical or mental or whatever, and get them back up on their feet to whatever capacity is their prime capacity, and take care of them like they should be taken care of. We've got veterans on the street that are starving to death, that have mental illness that need to be taken care of. And I think these tiny homes are a good way to start, because there's always empty lots. Everywhere you go, there's empty lots. And if you can't find enough empty lots in the cities, go to the rural areas. Lord knows there's plenty of room in the rural areas. And give these people what they need to get back on their feet to become self-sustaining. That's just my little speech.
Yeah, it sounded great. Yeah. Yeah, like early on, it sounded like you were kind of saying, oh, these are like, they're choosing to be homeless, they're dregs of society.
Bullshit. No.
The way you just explained all that, I would agree with you. It sounds like you do think we need to help the homeless. And,
absolutely. Absolutely. Because a lot of times, I mean, let's face it, I don't care if it's me, if it's you, if it's the richest man on earth, we're one banana peel away from being homeless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
we are one bad choice away from being homeless, and anybody that doesn't realize that is living a fantasy. So we need to respect the homeless. We need to do better by the homeless. And we need to, if you see somebody that's homeless, help them as much as you can when you see them. I am a huge advocate on protecting our homeless communities.
Do you know what Donald Trump's solution was?
No.
He was creating concentration camps. He was creating camps. I'm just going to say, without being biased, he was creating camps. Can you stop, please? He was creating camps like in the middle of the desert, in different places, to suggest that these people should go be taken care of at these camps. They're like tent cities, but they're out in the middle of nowhere, so nobody has to see them or deal with them or whatever. He specifically had this tried to have it set up in California to get all the homeless people off the street in California too. It has not gone through yet. They have not got secured funding for it, but that's what his solution is.
And see, and that falls back on my fact, what I say, that he's a grody rich guy. because that is what a grody rich person would do. I don't care if it's Donald Trump or anybody else. Out of sight, out of mind. We don't want to look at them. It's a problem. Let's, get rid of them where we don't have to see them.
So it just doesn't.
That's that mentality.
Yeah, see, I just don't understand how you can vote for somebody like that.
Well, he didn't run on the platform of let's hide the homeless.
He kind of did. Actually, he did say this in a couple of his rallies. He did say this is his plan.
Didn't he do that in D.C.? Didn't he do that in D.C.? Didn't they round up all the homeless in
He did. He absolutely did in D.C. as well.
Did he relocate them?
Well, that's what the plan was. I don't know what he did with the ones in D.C. I don't know where he actually moved them to, but he did move the people in D.C. when he was supposedly cleaning up the place.
Well, this could be Mojo. You being older, I think you would be able to answer this for me, because I always hear people say that Reagan, shutting down all the mental health institutions, is what has caused a lot of the mentally ill being out in the streets.
Very true.
That the case?
For sure.
Would it help to build a lot of, or to form more psych wards and mental institutions to?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need more. We absolutely need more healthcare in this country. Healthcare should be free and easily accessible to everybody, especially people that are mostly like the homeless.
How do you deal with people that? Because of course, a lot of the people would rather just stay out in the streets. They don't want to have to be institutionalized. It gets to a certain point where they would be deemed unfit to take care of themselves, and we would commit them, right? Where does the liberty of that come in? Where having the right to not be institutionalized. I wonder where
I worked in healthcare when they started emptying.
Okay, the wind is driving me crazy. I don't know if both of you guys have wind or if it's just you, Stripe. But I can't.
It's just me, probably.
Can you just shut up then? I'm sorry. The wind is just driving me nuts.
Is it really that bad?
I worked in healthcare when they shut down the mental institutions, and the ones that
what did they do? Just let everybody out?
That's what I'm getting ready to tell you.
Okay.
The ones that were mentally, physically incapable of taking care of themselves went to nursing homes, which nursing homes were not staffed or prepared to take care of people that were in those conditions. The ones that were physically able to go back to their homes went back to their homes, and the ones that wanted to go to the streets went to the streets. That's why our population of homeless, mentally ill people skyrocketed after that brilliant decision to close down the mental wards. I'm being sarcastic.
Right, they closed them down because there was shock therapy and lobotomies being done. I mean, there was no regulation on the
But the ideal was not to shut down the mental hospitals. The ideal should have been to regulate the mental hospitals.
Right.
They should have had more regulation on the mental hospitals. They should have had better watch on what was going on in the hospitals, not shut the hospitals down, because the places that had to take the people and still have to take the people are not necessarily equipped to handle those kind of circumstances. Nursing homes are not equipped. Those people are not trained to handle the mental illness that has to come in there. And the rest of the population is like, good luck, have a nice day, we'll see you on the street. That's BS. Those people should not be on the street. And yes, they would have to be committed because they are not capable of making sound, rational judgment.
Say we were to open them back up again, would you think that a person with dementia or Alzheimer's would go to an asylum or a old people's home?
Dementia and Alzheimer's would go to a nursing home. They are equipped to handle that. Schizophrenia, bipolarism, some of the more pronounced mental illness, that would probably go to the asylums.
Hey, Tess, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. How are we going to pay for all of that?
Government funding, the same way they pay for everything else. Let's keep some of the money at home and quit sending it overseas.
Right, that's something that should be funded to reopen the asylums.
You know, it's nothing to send, what, 1.3 bill or $1.7 billion to Iran. Let's just keep some of that money at home and open up the asylums.
Yeah,
Get the people off the street.
Israel.
That's way more important.
Right.
You've been talking too much,
Sorry.
Rosa.
You're saying good stuff.
No. I'm just asking about your voice. You sound like you.
No, I'm. It's I just have a. It's broken.
It's broken.
It's broken.
All right. A little crazy. Yeah, I don't disagree with everything you're saying. I just, I still go back to grody old white men and voting for that over somebody who's not.
She said grody rich white men.
Yes.
Okay.
What did they think though for the future? I mean, how can they actually think that putting people that have these health issues right in a retirement home? That's like not what the retirement home is for. I guess they didn't even look to like the future aspect of this. I mean,
They didn't really care because they were just shutting them down. They let people live on the street. So their concern for the patients that were in these facilities were the last thing on their mind. They had zero caring.
What do they do for the younger populace that's not like ready for retirement home?
Oh no! If you were incapable of taking care of yourself, physically or mentally, you still went to the retirement home.
But a younger person?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
like what about like adolescents?
Like children?
With like severe autism or like some kind of like something that prevents them from taking care of themselves.
Those ones like that, those went back to the homes. There would be like, that was the beginning of the big push of the home health aides, and wanting people to take care of people at home, cut down on hospital stays, you know, for the elderly, for the infirmed. So that was the big push when that started as well. So that's when you could hire a nurse to come to your home to stay with the people, and that still happens today. There's still nurses that
home health aides, right?
Yeah, that's still a big deal.
They're still pretty expensive, are they not?
Well, you're actually able to hire a family member now, and they pay like some agency pays a family member if you have like an old elderly mother and you have to take care, or like if you have to take care of someone at home. They'll actually, the agency will pay the family member.
Yeah.
What agency?
There's several of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's hundreds of different agencies.
Wait, are you telling me that there's a for-profit agency that will pay people to stay home and take care of their elderly
family
parents?
members?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to know the name of that agency, please.
There's a lot of them. You just got to look it up online.
Then you should know one.
Just look up home health agencies, because they're all different in different areas.
So who's paying them to pay me?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
It's the government that is paying. If you stay home to take care of your elder person, it's the government that is paying you to stay home to do this, and because it's cheaper to pay you to stay with your elder person than it is for that elder person to go into a nursing home.
Yes, but the person you're caring for can't have assets. Like they have to be like on Medicaid, and they can't have like.
Private insurance does not pay for that. That is strictly through Medicaid.
Yeah.
You can spend that money down though. Buy them a whole bunch of nice things or whatever. Buy things for your house.
But yeah, that is the government that pays for that. And a lot of the young people that.
But that's only if your parents is eligible for Medicaid, right?
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
And what are the eligibility requirements for Medicaid? Are pretty tight and stringent, are they not?
Fairly, yeah. You have to make, I can't remember and every state is different. You have to make so much percentile of the poverty, below the poverty level in your state to receive it. But as long as you meet the criteria, you can get Medicaid.
And isn't it like you can't have the backup either? Like you can't have Medicaid through something. Like it has to be straight Medicaid.
Right. Right.
You can have Medicare and Medicaid.
Oh, I thought Donna
Right. You
was
can't.
still
I'm
up
sorry.
here.
Yeah, you're right. You can't have Medicare and Medicaid. You just can't have private
both.
insurance.
Right.
Right.
You can never have more than $2,000 in an account. It's rough. Back in the day, and Tess might know this, there was a 30,000 lifetime cap, and then it went to 100,000 lifetime cap. So for many people, that would be one stay at a private hospital because state hospitals were overrun. It was, and now my sister, who has early onset dementia because of her schizophrenia, and she is in not a group home. She's no longer able to function in a group home. She's in a nursing home. And a decent one.
Sounds like a good program.
Good.
Sorry?
Yeah, you have to make sure that they're decent ones and they don't have like claims against them. These nursing homes.
My sister has been sexually assaulted in the hospitals as well as physically assaulted, where they broke her eye socket, her nose, and her jaw.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
She has gotten sepsis when they didn't notice issues. It's been a lifetime of dealing with mental illness as her only caretaker now. It's not treated like you would treat Parkinson's or Addison's or any other disease. Schizophrenia and bipolar are both issues with the way that it's brain chemistry. And I just wish it stopped treated like it was because, I don't know, I struggle with the way people treat the truly mentally ill.
And
I
this
took
is
care of my
why-
mother after she had a stroke. And if I'd known, they probably didn't have it then, but if I had known I could have gotten assistance, I would have totally availed myself of that.
Yeah, I think that program just started like 5 years ago. My brother had it, where his daughter was able to stay home and take care of him.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
been
it's
around longer
fairly-
than that.
It's fairly new though.
No, it's been around for a long time. I got it when I took
Like
care
a
of my mom and
decade or
dad.
so.
My mom and dad have been. My parents passed away in 2002, and it was available then.
I think it only became like mainstream like recently, where they're like actually making people like, you know, note people like they're actually like putting it out there like, you know, like 7 years ago or so, because they didn't have. I didn't hear anything about that in the early 2000s.
I think
Well,
he
it
had
looks like
to
it
wait
was
till he could
created in
get
the
Medicare.
90s.
It's a good system for family members that have to stay home.
Oh, yeah.
It
You know,
is,
it takes a
definitely.
special kind of person to take care of people like that. And the problem is that, you know, my first wife worked in a
Right.
nursing home, and she was a
Now
special kind
everybody
of
does.
person. But we don't have those, or we don't have enough of those kind of people to take care of people. You know, the mental institutions, you know, Sammy, like you were saying, that's the reason they closed them down, is because people were getting horrible care in there.
Yeah.
Because it takes a special kind of person to take care of those people. We're running
Those
very
kids.
low on those.
And that's part of it. Part of it too was they were not being regulated properly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a lot to do with the government, the state not going in and doing inspections. Spot inspections are necessary because, trust me, people are not getting good care in nursing homes either.
Nope. You're
and-
absolutely
Oh,
right.
of course. Yeah. 100% right.
That's
Tess,
just a sad fact.
It sounds like you like these social programs, like taking care of people who need help. I'm assuming taking care of elderly. probably kids that whose families can't afford lunch for them. You realize that Republicans are actively, or if not already have, taken a bunch of that stuff away, right?
Yeah, well, they found like $1 billion a day in waste and fraud. So once they get that all figured out.
No.
When did that happen?
You say that they've taken it away, and I've heard so many Democrats say, "Oh, they've taken away school lunch programs. They've taken away school lunch programs." But every school lunch program that I know of is still either giving free and reduced lunches, or they just stopped charging for lunches altogether.
Yeah,
everybody
same as my granddaughter's school, free lunch for everyone.
Yeah, what states do you guys live in?
I live in Missouri.
Arizona.
New York. Missouri, New York, and Arizona.
I hear a lot of crap about the programs for the school lunches and stuff, but I don't see the evidence of it.
Well, hold on. First of all, what do you know how these programs that you're currently talking about are funded? I'm assuming you haven't dug into the details, and it's possible that there was a handoff where they realized they were getting defunded and got some other source of funding to enable them to feed their children at the school. So, do you know for a fact that the policy that we saw occur where they were taking school lunches away is not affecting those specific schools you're talking about?
Well, apparently there's a lot of schools, because it's not just my state, it's Arizona and New York.
I know, but you said the ones you know of, so I'm just asking if you know specifically that where they're being funded for their school lunches.
Well, it was being funded through the Department of Education. Right now it's Health and Human Services.
Right. I mean, it's all the same. It never changed.
Well, you don't know that, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I do know that. I've had kids in school. Now I have grandkids in school.
Well,
and the area that I lived at, I was about 4 hours away from here. They're getting free lunches. And we moved 4 hours away, and these kids are getting free lunches. So I'm guessing it's a statewide thing.
But that's coming from the state, not federal. It was cut from federal, and states picked it up.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So the federal funding that used to provide standards and health care for kids who needed it, that has been cut. So the states where they can. So, states, a lot of blue states provide those services now.
I'm not a blue state.
Arizona? No, you're Missouri. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So your state may have chosen to prioritize that, and that's a great thing. Because I think every kid, I don't think any kid, regardless if their parents earn $1 million a year or $25,000 a year, my personal opinion is that everybody should have free lunch and breakfast.
Oh, I agree. If we can give free lunch to prisoners, then we should be feeding our kids first.
See, these are Democratic talking points. I'm confused why you voted for Trump.
I made that clear in the beginning.
Because of the illegals, which we need to chat about, Tess.
You go right ahead and say what you got to say.
I don't think you realize, and Mojo will probably tell me, my tone versus my intent sometimes are completely divided. Meaning, I don't mean to sound as harsh as I do, or sometimes as loud, or whatever it is. And it's when I'm corrected on these panels that I've understood that I'm not getting my point across well. You constantly call people who are seeking asylum illegals, and they're not. Asylees are here legally. They've gone through a process, and they're waiting for their court dates, and many of them wait through the systems. So they're not here illegally, and no human being should be called illegal.
So the man that came to this country, has broken the law, was arrested, released, killed his girlfriend and the 3-week-old baby.
Uh-huh.
I guess he's okay, dude.
You're talking about a criminal doing violent things. Violent crimes is different than the state of where you're standing.
Well, if they're still waiting on their court date, then they're not necessarily
let me rephrase.
going to be accepted for the court date.
let me
What?
rephrase.
Rosa, that doesn't make sense. Hold on, Tess.
No,
If they're waiting on their court date and to be approved or not for asylum, they could be deported if they're not approved. Right?
But they have to have that
He was
court
awaiting
date first,
deportation.
Rosa.
He was awaiting deportation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not talking
wasn't
about him in particular. I'm just talking.
I don't normally go into this discussion because I think it's kind of pointless. It doesn't really matter what you call them. Obviously, people that say alien are either just used to saying alien or illegal or whatever, or they actually just detest these people. I'm not sure that it matters one way or another. I think what the best route to talk about this though is that people can't be illegal. A human being cannot be illegal. It cannot be illegal to be a human being. You can commit crimes. You can be a criminal. You can do illegal things, but you cannot be an illegal person.
You can be here illegally.
Let me
yes,
rephrase
you can.
then.
You can be here illegally. That is
That's
correct.
What
But
we're about.
no, but yeah, but you call them illegal. They're illegal immigrants. They are not illegal immigrants because an immigrant cannot be illegal. An immigrant can be somebody
here illegally. They're an illegal immigrant.
An immigrant can be somebody that has committed a crime or has not committed a crime. They will never be called illegal in that case. They're either criminal or not criminal.
Okay, so for your sensitivities and to go along with you guys, these criminals that have come into the country illegally
They're not
are
criminals.
the ones that I am referring to.
Well, they have committed a crime if they have no documentation.
If they cross the border and they have not done the proper channels to do so, they are criminals. They have broken the law. By doing it the way they did it, they are instantly criminals. I don't care what they do. I don't care what they do once they get here.
It is true.
Like, from my understanding,
wait.
From my understanding, there's
fine.
Hold on, real quick. I believe, you could prove me wrong, Mojo, but I believe it is not actually a crime to cross the border, not at an entry point. It is simply a crime to be here without documentation.
Yes. So as soon as you cross that border, you are committing a criminal act.
Correct.
And so the first time you do that, it is viewed as a misdemeanor the same way that jaywalking is viewed,
Don't
right?
compare coming into the country illegally to a jaywalking or a seatbelt ticket. Get out of here.
It's simpler than that. It's actually a civil offense. It's not even a misdemeanor. It's a civil offense. They're tried in civil courts.
We could clear all this up if they just left, you know.
What? They said that about your ancestors too. You know that, right?
No.
Johnny,
Well, you know,
Rosa,
my grandparents
My
came here
ancestors
from
came here through Ellis Island. They lined up and got documented as soon as they got here. So don't even tell me that.
Exactly. Same here. My parents,
Same here.
my
Thank you very
grandparents
much.
came from
Unwanted.
Poland. They had to be
They were needed.
sponsored.
All right, stop.
They had to learn
You guys.
English in 5 years. All the normal stuff that we should be doing nowadays.
I will tell you a story that's even better than that one. My mother-in-law and my father-in-law came here from England, so they're not that old. My mother-in-law had Crohn's disease, and when she got Crohn's disease, she was born in 1945. It was not a well-known disease at that time. So for her to come into the United States, they had done a surgery where they had, I don't know if anybody here even knows what Crohn's disease is, but it affects your bowels.
Yeah.
So they had done the first surgery where they had gone in, taken out part of her bowel, and they left it disconnected intentionally so that they could go back and reconnect it so she didn't have to have a colostomy. But to come into the United States, because they didn't know if Crohn's was transmittable, the United States demanded that she have the surgery, which removed all of her bowel and left her with an ileostomy for the rest of her life. That is how stern they were about allowing them to come into the United States. So she had to have the surgery before she could even enter the country. So these people that cross the border, that know that when they do it, they're doing it the wrong way, they're doing it illegally, and they're breaking the law, I have zero patience for, because that woman went through
And let's not forget,
to get to this
these
country.
children are not vaccinated. These
I just want to
children are
address
not
that real quick.
vaccinated in the same way our kids are, and we wonder why
Okay,
we have
before we
huge
jump
outbreaks
before we
of
jump to
measles
something
everywhere.
else, though, I want to address that because Tess, you're talking about them walking across the border like they're cutting in a line at Disneyland. They're not willy-nilly just being like, you know what, let's just go over there. You realize that they like spend their entire life savings, upend their entire lives and homes just to try to survive because they're not making enough money somewhere or they need another opportunity, right?
You can't come here because of economic
you do realize
hardship.
that's
That's
a
off the
choice.
table.
No.
Yes.
You realize
Yes, I
our
realize
foreign
that's-
policy. Our foreign policy has destabilized most of these countries, especially in Venezuela. And Trump did that.
You realize that the Venezuelan
can I
people
just say-
cheered.
I don't care.
Well, that
I don't care
your
that
argument.
they're here because they're having the same issues that they had before, and now just Trump pockets the money in a bank account in Qatar.
Oh,
Yeah,
get
they have
out
the
of
same issues
here.
that they were having before.
No,
exactly.
Johnny, that's just a fact.
No,
But
it's not.
I-
Where'd
you
you
guys
hear that from?
You guys continue to focus on people being here illegally
Exactly,
when they
because
are
it's a
not.
problem.
Asylees are.
Asylum from what?
I mean,
Because they
you
couldn't
guys-
do any well in their country, so now they want to come here because we give benefits to them? No, no, no. My grandfather had to work for 5 years here, sending money back to Poland for his family to come here, had to know English in 5 years, had to go to night school after work to learn English, to send for my grandmother and aunts and uncles to come here. He had to work for them.
That's a lot of family you were able to bring in on one person, isn't it?
Yeah, my grandfather, my grandma, 2 aunts.
All right. Can you guys not talk over each other, please?
How is that ironic? I'm just curious.
So what makes his family member in Poland any more likely to be a better immigrant than somebody coming across and seeking asylum tests? Why
Because
should
he
they
had to be
He did it the legal way. Johnny, hold on just a second. For one, he did it the proper way. He went through the proper channels. He learned the language. He did everything that he was supposed to do, just like my in-laws did. They crossed all their T's, they dotted all their I's.
It was very
she
easy
went
back
through
then.
everything she went through.
Can you let her finish her statement, P?
I'm going to drop Mojo. Thanks.
There's certain
just wanna
procedures and
ask real
certain ways
quick.
to get this accomplished, right? You can't just come into the country and not do anything. Like I hear people saying about, oh, this person's been here for 30 years, but they're not documented. What were they doing for 30 years?
Exactly.
Probably working, but let me ask you. Can I level set here? I just want to ask a question to probably Johnny and Tess mostly. Can we at least say that like there are like two groups of immigrants, people who are likely or able to do violent or bad things while they're here, and there's people who are just trying to survive and work and who are actually contributing to the economy and putting money into the tax system and putting money into circulation?
Yeah, I will agree to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I will also say that there is a lady that we know that is of a different nationality that has been here for many, many years, has had ample time to do all the right steps, just wouldn't do it, went to visit her sister in California for her birthday and was on her way back when she was stopped, and she chose to go back. She was not deported. That way she has the option to come back to the country, because whether you like it or not, the president has set it up to where if you are caught, you have the option to go back on your own, which gives you the option to come back to the country legally without being deported.
I hear you.
He's the only president that has ever done that. None of the other presidents didn't do that. Obama didn't do that.
Yeah, Obama and Biden deported more people and didn't give them money to do so. So I don't know about that, but I guess I'm just curious though, like if we were able to distinguish between the violent people and the contributors and the good people who are our neighbors and we like if we could make that distinction, like would you be willing to say, let's just make the people pay a fine and
No,
get
amnesty, stop
documented?
it. No.
And get
Amnesty's not a
rid
thing.
of the violent criminals. I'm down for deporting violent criminals, drug dealers, and all that stuff. I just don't understand how we conflate that with the vast majority of people who are here contributing, our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones who are disappearing. Sometimes they get picked up from on their way from work, like their family, they might have children who don't even know where they went. No one told them about it. Do you realize how crazy that is for a family to go through that?
Do you realize that if you cross the
400,000
border,
missing kids.
you're supposed to seek out ways to get your documentation? Because yes, you have 365 days to file, but if you're caught within the 365 days with no documentation, that's grounds for deportation. What are you talking about? You have to get some kind of documentation when you get here. The first thing you have to do.
I understand what you're talking about. I understand the legal process. I'm just trying to understand, if you take into account the human aspect of it, right?
So basically what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to take the bad criminals and get rid of the bad criminals and keep the good criminals because they're really not doing anything bad.
The good criminals?
Well, they're here illegally. They broke the law by coming to the country illegally and not seeking out the documentation that they need to be here. Some of them have been here 20, 30 years and not sought out the documentation that they need to be here. And they've had ample time to do so. It's a choice that they made, just like the choice they made to come to this country. If you're going to be in this country, it's because for whatever reason, economic, war, whatever reason you left your country, you came to this country for a reason. So you want to be in this country, you're going to have to be an American to be in this country. That's the rule.
So, you guys didn't write this law. You guys obviously didn't write this law, right? So I guess my question is, do you agree with the law? Do you think that it should be that harsh? Because I kind of feel like I feel like there should be laws around it.
That's the only way we have a vetting process to find out who are the bad criminals and who are not.
No, that's not how we find out. If we actually gave everyone documentation, that's how we would actually know who the bad people are and who they weren't, because we would know who they were.
Okay, so Johnny Smith in his country has been a rapist and a pew-pewer, and he comes to our country to seek asylum because in his country he's a bad dude. But we're not going to know that because we have no way of vetting him, because he snuck in and he's been here for 10 years and he's not done anything wrong, but we don't know that he's a bad dude because he snuck in. But that's okay. We'll just keep him because he's an okay criminal.
No,
because
we have ways of knowing people's
he's
history
never been
by
vetted.
communicating with their countries of origin, communicating with their local government and officials, and we have the ability to obtain information about people.
Right,
Yeah,
when
no,
they are
from
being
other places.
vetted. When they're
No.
being vetted to come into this country. That is how we find out whether they are a good guy or a bad guy. And we don't let the bad guys in.
Right, but do you think that the countries they come from are going to tell us this guy's a sexual predator and a mass murderer?
They
will
do.
you please take him? Well, they don't tell us that before they send them here.
Well, they emptied the asylums and they sent craploads of people from
Exactly.
asylums and prisons and
Exactly.
everything else to come
And
here.
they didn't tell us they were bad people.
Wow. I don't know. That's fine. I'll let you have all of that. I will grant that, and I'll let Robot go after me. But I just want to say, I just think that the laws could be better to identify the people who've come in. I think we should put more money towards the border so that we have more entry points and more judges to go through these people and document them.
I agree.
And so, like, I just don't think that the violent way that we've seen this administration go about it has produced any good results. It's only created animosity in our country amongst citizens, and I'll lay my plane there.
I don't see that it's a violent way that this administration has gone about it. I think that things have been escalated because of all of the protests and the nonsense that has gone along with it. I don't think that things would be anywhere as bad as it has been if it hadn't been for that. That, I think, is a big portion of the problem. You can't insert yourself into legal actions and not expect there to be a reaction.
Tess,
I want to know what happened to people having to be sponsored.
Johnny.
I'm sorry, Johnny, what'd you say?
Tess, would you consider yourself a criminal if you got a parking ticket or you were speeding going 1 mile per hour over the speed limit, jaywalking? Would you consider yourself a criminal for any of those?
I broke the law if I was caught. Now,
well,
I'm not going to say I don't do all
right?
those things.
If you were caught, would you still consider yourself a criminal?
Well, yeah, I broke the law.
So you would still consider yourself a criminal?
Yeah, I broke the law.
So even if you went to court for these minor infractions, which, you know, you're not going to a criminal court, it'll be civil. Do you still consider yourself a criminal?
Was I convicted of a civil crime?
Is there a conviction of a civil crime? Is that how it works?
What I'm asking you is, you said I would be going to civil court, right?
Yeah, civil court is separate from criminal court. There are no convictions in a civil court. There are only judgments.
In the big book of life, I'm not a criminal. But if I did something that caused me to have to go to court because I broke a law, then I would no longer not have that mark in my book. I'd be a criminal.
Well,
because I take accountability for the things that I do.
Sure, civil court, there are only judgments. There are no like convictions out of a civil court. That would be referred to criminal court. And the point I'm getting at is crossing the border is a civil offense.
Okay, so you cross the border, it's a civil offense, but you're here and you're not supposed to be here, so you have to be taken back across the border, or you take yourself across the border and then you come back here by the legal means. I don't understand what the point of this is.
Do you think that if you were jaywalking in Florida and you live in California, that they should come to California and deport your ass to Florida so you can go to a civil court just to answer for jaywalking in Florida?
No, but they're not doing that. They're not making
that
an
is
answer
exactly
in their
what
country.
you are advocating for. You want to deport them for a civil offense.
It is different. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you have a house or an apartment?
I own a house.
Here it comes.
Okay. Oh, of course, here it comes. And it's common sense. It's no different.
Into your house.
No, I'm not saying broke into your house. If they walked into your house, would you let them stay because they're there?
Did I let them in?
I said if they walked into your house, nobody let these people in. They came in on their own.
That would be a felony, trespassing. That would go to criminal court.
Then it should be a felony coming into the country illegally.
It's not. It is a civil offense.
It should be. It should be raised to a felony then, because it's no different than coming into your house. This is our country.
The problem.
These people are supposed to be vetted.
You are currently advocating for taking punitive felony measures against civil matters. It is not a felony.
Well, I'm not going to change my mind on that. I'm sorry, because it should be a felony.
But Tess, let me ask you
The
this.
law's not on your side there, though.
Well, hold on. Let me say this, though, because there actually is a mechanism for what you're talking about already. Because I actually agree with the law here that says that it is a civil matter the first time. Now, it actually does raise to a felony on, I don't know, the second or third time or whatever it is you get caught coming here illegally. But so, yeah, it is a felony, actually, if you come here a third time or whatever it is. I can't remember the exact number, if it's the second one that turns into a felony or not. But I believe it's at least the third one. And so there is a mechanism for that. So, and I think we should treat people like that. We should treat them with utmost respect the first time and be like, okay, you can't do that though. So the next time you do it, we're going to, raise the charges. The same thing we do with all of our laws, right? The second and third time you do an offense here as a citizen, your treatment goes up, right? So, I mean, do you agree with that at least?
No, definitely I agree with that, but I think it should be a felony anyway. It has to do with safety measures. It has to do with protecting our country. We have sleeper cells in our country that weren't here before. The gates were open and all these people were allowed to come in. And if you think otherwise, you're naive, because they know they're here. They've said they're here.
First unlawful entry in the United States is typically a misdemeanor punishable up to 6 months in jail. Subsequent unlawful entry under the same statute can be punished up to 2 years in prison. While the statute doesn't explicitly word felony, a crime punishable more than 1 year is generally treated as a felony level offense, and re-entry after deportation or removal is a separate offense and is commonly prosecuted as a felony with penalties up to 2 years and much longer, 10 to 20, in certain cases involving prior convictions.
So you can think about a law being something all you want, but that doesn't make it so. So you can think that it should be a felony, but it isn't. And so to use that as an argument is useless.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is I'm not going to change my opinion on the law to make it to where, oh, well, okay, then it shouldn't be a big deal. I should change my mind. When I actually think it should be a felony, I get the differentiation there. I'm not stupid.
Not asking you to change your mind. We're just saying that you're incorrect. It is just a civil offense. The end.
I am aware that it is a civil offense. Everybody has made that very clear. But what I'm saying is, I think it should be a felony, no different than walking into your front door. Because there are people that come into this country that mean this country harm. And that is not speaking out of fear for whoever posted that. It's speaking out of common sense.
Well, I'm just asking if you're able to follow that same logic. If you think that this civil offense should be a felony met with the same punitive measure, then jaywalking can be met with deadly force from a police officer. If I see you walking across the street at not a cross sign intersection and there's traffic, I can unalive you.
Okay, so how do we go from jaywalking being a civil offense to deadly force when crossing the border went from a civil offense to just a felony?
That's exactly what you're advocating for. You're moving the determination of the crime from a civil offense to a felony.
Right.
And felonies have stiffer punitive measures.
Right. I didn't say anybody needed to be shot. I didn't say anybody needed to be unalived. And you're jumping, jaywalking to deadly force.
Because if you commit a felony, that is one of the punitive measures. If you're robbing a bank, you can obviously be met by that same deadly force. If you're being reckless on the road and driving 100 miles an hour and weaving through traffic, you can be met by a same deadly force.
That's logical.
And I am asking you, if you are moving these civil offenses to a felony, you are advocating for that same punitive measure of a felony. If you are jaywalking, you can be thrown to the ground, thrown in jail for 40 years, or even met with deadly force on the street.
Well, if this was a common sense conversation, or an any sense conversation, I would continue to have it. But as it's not.
I mean, everybody talks about common sense, but honestly, people just don't follow anything of the sort. I mean, for real, we've had click it or ticket campaigns in my state alone for the past 30 years. And I have pulled over many a driver that did not have a goddamn seatbelt on. Common sense just isn't too common.
Bro, about your cop?
I was.
Keyword was.
I can see it. I can hear it now. Okay. Makes sense.
I did law enforcement through college to pay for college. After I got out of college, I went into the private sector.
So, can you answer me this real quick? I got a quick question for you. Because I was going to say this earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was true. If it's just police or if it's also civilians. But at least as a police officer, if the door is open, you can walk in, right? Is that the same thing for civilians? Or is it breaking? If you're not breaking in, if it's open, can you walk in and that's not a crime?
If you open the door and it is within my visual range, that is part of my investigative territory. So if I determine that there could be or suspect that there could be a criminal activity within my visual range, then yes, I can walk in.
I have a really cool idea. So, like, what if we take the wall and we put doors in it with Ring cameras? But they open up, from Mexico into the U.S. And then if they just walk in, we can turn it into felonies. And then we can just line up the CBP and ICE along. And then whenever someone comes through, they can just shoot them. I think that works.
Now we're talking, Ella.
That sounds great.
That's too many Ring cameras. It's not going to work. It'll never work.
Yeah, that's too much
It's
data.
too expensive.
Who's paying for the Ring subscription?
Exactly. That's a great question for me.
Y'all are fucking disgusting people. Sorry about that. Hey, Mojo, how's it going?
Better than you, I guess.
What game are you playing?
Ella? What game am I playing, Ella?
I'm eating.
Oh.
So Tess, I wanted to ask you something real quick. An easy way to look at this is it's very, very similar to trespassing, in where the first time the police show up, right, and they ask you to leave, you have to leave. Otherwise, it's escalated, it's escalated into a felony charge, right? Well, they'll forcibly remove you, right?
Okay.
And then if you come back, then it's also a felony. So it's similar with immigration. So it's like the first time they're caught here, they were asked to leave, they're deported, and if they come back, then it becomes a felony charge. So at what point would you say that that person is considered to be a criminal?
The first time you break the law.
So that would be when they come back?
The first time you break the law.
So that would be considered the first time that they've come back into the country, right? Or if they stay after being asked to leave?
If they stay after being asked to leave, for sure. But the first time coming into the country. If you knowingly do something that is a law and you break it, I don't care whether it's civil, whether it's a felony or what it is, you are making a choice to break a law.
So again,
I don't know how that's so hard for everybody to understand.
Well, if you think about it, it's not like, everybody knows. I mean, you have to have some sort of buffer, but it's not like everybody knows exactly where the border is, and it's like, so that's why they give you that first time where it's like, you're here illegally, you have to leave. We've told you, we've let you know, now there's no excuse. So you have to either do it the right way or leave, right?
Okay, well, that being said, people that have been here in the country for 10, 20, 30 years know full well that they have been here illegally for that period of time.
Does time really change the offense, though?
It does.
Well, hold on, but should it, though?
It doesn't really.
Statute of limitations would disagree with you.
Well, that's fine, but again, back to my previous point, we're talking about the difference between contributing people and criminals. So, if someone's here for 20, 30 years and they've done nothing wrong except contribute to our society and our economic system, then is them being here for 20 years doing that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, let me ask you a question and flip it around. So, Mary comes to the country, and she's able to be here for 30 years. And she works every day, and she has kids, and she contributes to her community, She's involved in the school, blah, blah, blah. Prime example of a perfect citizen. But the whole time that she's working, 3/4 of her income gets sent back to Mexico.
Good, because it's already been taxed, and that's just going to lower inflation. So I don't see the problem.
But it's not going back. But it's not going back into the community, so that's not good.
It's been taxed already, so what do you care?
It's not going back into the community, which is something that helps support the community.
Well,
so
it's not going
that
back
money does
into
make a difference.
So
the
that person
economy.
being here then is more important to you for them to be here then, right? By that argument, if they're contributing to our economy, it's more important for them to be here.
But what I'm saying, no, I was just turning the question around and asking him that not everybody that is here to be a model citizen. A good portion of people that I have encountered are here to support their families back home because their reasons for moving or leaving their country were financial.
But they still have to support themselves while they're here. It's not like they're not putting money back into their economy. They're still buying food. They're still surviving. They're still paying for where they're living, etc. So they are still doing the things necessary to survive, which is really what anyone is doing, except for ultra rich people, obviously. But everyone's just trying to survive, and they spend as much money as they can to survive, and then they do whatever they want. Like, do you think that, like, me saving up some money to buy a jet ski is like a better use of money than me sending it to another country so someone else can eat some food?
You're not getting my point. And no, I'm not feeling entitled to other people's money. What I'm saying is, in a community, especially a small community, the money that people make in their jobs and they spend in the businesses in that community is what helps the community keep running. It's what helps the community thrive.
Tess, do you have...
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Tess, I was just wondering, do you have statistics on, like, where the money is being spent, like, in small businesses versus, like, going to a Walmart or a big business in those communities?
Not right off the top of my head, no, I don't.
Okay, we could probably look that up, but I think my point is like, they're not necessarily going to the small businesses as much as we want them to. So I get what you're saying, and I understand your point of
But
view.
you would agree, though, Tess, that it is important for these communities to thrive by having those people there to, invest in the community and to buy things and
Right, but if the investment is not going into the community, if the investment is going over to Mexico or wherever they come from, then how is that being a help to our country?
But they're still contributing a small portion of it, at least, into our country, into our economy, because they have to live here, they have to survive, they have to buy things like food and rent and everything like that, right? And so it's not like they're going to be huge consumers necessarily, but most people here live paycheck to paycheck and aren't huge consumers as it is. And so, I mean, it's...
And I don't have a ton of time.
Oh, okay.
I probably only have 5 minutes, so I apologize. And I think it's a good conversation to have because I think we should all be supporting our local businesses. So, Tess, like, where do you get your groceries from?
She's only got 5 minutes. If she's only got 5 minutes, just drop her. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Dropping Mojo. We're dropping Mojo.
Yeah, it varies from where I get my groceries.
Watch yourself. Yeah, like, is there a local grocery chain that you get your groceries from?
There is a small market that I shop at that's a local market, but I also go to Aldi's. Occasionally I'll pick something up at Walmart.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I understand that, but that's exactly, like, I think, like...
You're cutting out, we can't hear you.
Did they buy
Got yourself some MAGA bars.
I'm sorry, Pan. Do I?
Yes.
You still on my phone?
Yeah, you're cutting
What
out.
the fuck is happening?
You're cutting out. Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Let me switch to Wi-Fi. Hold on. Alright. I switched over to Wi-Fi. Thank you. Sorry about that. So yeah, so Tess, I think that's like what we're all trying to do is like support local businesses, but we can't compete with the prices of like the big businesses. So that's absolutely understandable. But again, like going back to like where immigrants or even, like people who are in the country now spend their money, and if they're sending it back home, like, dude, we want the dollar to circulate. We want the dollar to be something that they're earning and something that they're spreading across the world. Like, that is how we retain our power. I think you're missing that.
Well, I mean, that's the nice thing about this country is you have the right to feel the way you do, and I have the right to feel the way I do. And Ella,
that was feels though what CS just talked about. That was reality.
Well, Ella doesn't have
that's not reality.
necessarily the need to automatically fly to name calling, but that's her thing. So
that's not her thing. Ella, I know to be very respectful. Go Army. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I called him fucking because I gave some hyperbolic idea, and they all were just like, yeah, that sounds good. And in the idea, they would basically just shoot off any immigrants that would walk through the door that's on the border. So I thought that was gross.
And Ella has the right to feel how she wants to feel, just like you said.
The name calling is not necessary.
Ella, you know my place on this panel. You know the rules. No name calling. So we will just give you a little bit of a warning. Please no name calling.
She didn't call him. No. She said their idea was gross. It's gross that they accepted that
Actually,
idea.
she said they're all just disgusting. Is what she said.
Disgusting is what I said. Yeah, not gross.
So the argument. All right, let's go back. The argument can be disgusting. The person cannot. So let's just baseline those rules. I just got here. Mojo, you want to kick me? You want to do whatever with your panel? I'm totally fine with it. But I think that those are the rules that I love about this panel. Mojo, Jesus, I'm here for like.
That's okay.
All right, so don't waste my 5 minutes insulting me. As a joke.
Mojo's also smoking and like roboting, so we're just gonna listen to CS basically. yes.
Oh, I love you guys. I've missed you so much, and also I've had like some family obligations, so I will be free and back again in just a few. But anyway, yeah. So Tess, no, I think it's interesting because I really like to talk to women on panel who support a lot of like MAGA ideas because we don't get them a lot. So I think it's nice for us like being women to have like a difference of opinion and be able to talk back and forth about like how we feel about the state of the world. So I'm very curious. And I hope you see like what I'm saying as curiosity more than like any kind of judgment.
Well, I have followed Mojo, so I will try to be on panels in the future, as long as name calling doesn't have to be a necessity.
Girl, I got you. That is my thing.
Yeah,
that is why go Army. You know when I'm here, that does not happen. Go Army. I can
sometimes.
tell her.
No, Tess, listen.
Be real.
Listen, Tess, I'm the other opposition, the only other logical person up here, Tess. What we're trying to say is you're very interesting to listen to. You have a good conversation, and please come back because I enjoyed watching you cook all of them. It was, besides me for once, it was enjoyable.
You don't have to talk to her like she's a baby, you know.
Them agreeing is still a disgusting thing. I can't say that.
Well,
Okay,
and I agree. You have the right to feel however you want to feel, as long as the name calling isn't being directed. That's cool.
The idea is still disgusting. They wanted to shoot people. It's still disgusting.
Yeah, Tess, if you think about it, the way that you felt offended by the name calling is the way that we feel offended when you refer to them as like illegal immigrants or illegals or something like that.
Well, and we have we can agree to disagree on a lot of that. We can see it differently. That's fine.
Tess, tell them that alien is actually a government term. It's actually like an actual term under the government, not just an offensive thing to them. They are illegal aliens. That's a government official term.
No, it's actually an alien that's in the country. It's a term that's used on the green card. I know because I had one for 22 years.
Yes, that too. Yes.
Or undocumented immigrants.
So I don't know why that's offensive to him, Tess. You got to sometimes see
my in-laws were very, very quick to tell you that they were aliens, that they were aliens in this country. They thought that was hysterical, and they lived here for many years. In fact, they had 2 kids here. So if they don't mind it, I don't know why everybody else gets so bent about it.
Were they criminals?
Aliens is fine. It's when you call them criminals and illegals where we take an issue, Tess. Don't move the goalpost.
Well, they're illegal. They're illegal aliens. That's what they are, Ella. And they did commit a crime to be here under that circumstance, correct?
So you
committed
so
a
they
civil
are criminals.
offense.
No, it's a
They
civil.
committed
That's
a
what you're
civil
talking about already.
offense.
Can I ask
And they're still
been here, right?
undocumented.
Hold on, I only have a few minutes. I would like to ask a quick question of Go Army. So Go Army. So back in the early 1900s, my family came over here from Ireland, and I would wonder if you think, because they didn't probably do it the right way, that is designated now the right way. Do you consider myself illegal?
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, you an alien.
I don't understand the question. You're a legal citizen. You're born here, and you got a birth certificate,
Yes.
and you're, raised in American culture. You're a citizen here.
So that would go back to birthright citizenship. If you don't believe that when my ancestors came over here and they didn't do it the legal way, then it would go back to. So you believe in birthright citizenship? So
No, not at all.
I
at all.
appreciate that. Well, then I would be illegal under your terms. You would be illegal under your terms. So, and I mean, I don't know your lineage unless you're like Native American.
I'm
But
not FWA. You already know this. I'm FWA.
what's an FWA? I don't know this.
Foundational
White American. Except there were no white people here. No white
Well,
people.
you want to know what?
Yes, white people were here originally. Yes.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were. Yes. Okay.
Fragile white American is what it was.
I'll prove it. I'll prove it very quickly. Here. I
Oh,
don't
now
want
you're
long.
gonna. Okay, wait, hold on. You're gonna talk about fucking Vikings that landed in Canada?
No. Close, but no. There was Celtic people that came here, and they built castles across the southeast. And the Native Americans, I'll be nice up here, the Native Americans referenced the buildings that were there here before them. It's across their culture. And you can go sightsee these things. There's also mounds and stuff like that, so,
What do you mean with you'll be nice up here? I'm not going to ask what you would call them otherwise, but like that in and of itself just implies nothing good. Let me just say that.
So normally you wouldn't be nice about it? Like a normal conversation?
He wouldn't just call them Native Americans. He would call them something else, probably incredibly derogatory.
Okay.
No.
This is absolute bullshit, by the way. If you Google this whole Ice Age Sulutrian is what it's called, I guess. I don't know. This hypothesis that the Celtic people discovered America first is absolute bullshit and fringe theory.
Fringe or cringe?
Fringe.
Neither of
Okay,
those.
so hold on.
Debunked.
Okay.
Debunked ancient Celtic.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hold
stop.
on.
No, you stop. Debunked ancient Celtic America theories. In the 1970s, theories proposed by writers like Barry Fell suggested that Iberian Celts migrated to New England between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE. Fell argued that various stone structures and carvings in New England were ancient Ogham, a Celtic alphabet inscription. Today, archaeologists have thoroughly debunked these claims, identifying the carved stones as natural glacial striations or agricultural markings left by later European colonial farmers.
Yeah, Tess, you don't want to
I'm
be
talking
on
about
the same
the
side as
buildings in
Go Army.
America.
He doesn't believe in gravity. Just saying.
That's a magnetic thing. It's not. It's just. Gravity's a theory in itself. It's not like a real thing.
No.
Yeah, that's your side.
Hold on, wait. I heard the best thing ever the other day, and I know Gorami's teacupped right now. Go ahead, Gorami. Reach your arm out and drop your phone and see how gravity affects you.
I am. That's not gravity, though. Okay,
That is
so how do
gravity.
you
That is-
explain
that
like a
is-
balloon?
What?
All right. Well, how does a balloon just shift its diameter? It doesn't have a geometrical way it floats. It just goes all over the place. Is what I'm trying to say. It's
Okay, wait,
unexplained.
could you please
When it's
give
expelling
me,
gas.
Could you please give me the gravity formula?
No, off the top of my head, I'd have to. I'm on my iPhone.
All right,
in
I
my
will tell you
garage.
then. It's very easy because I know this off the top of my fucking head. So it's force of gravity, it's gravitational proximity, and it's the masses of two objects. they can
Sure.
calculate that. They can calculate that in pounds or in kilograms. Which would you like? Because it's also measured by the distance in the centers of two objects. So
kilograms, please.
I thought you didn't have a lot of time and you're giving us options.
But
Yeah,
you
no,
agree
I-
it's a theory, though, CS, correct?
all scientific arguments are theory. Do you
Okay,
not
all
know
right.
that?
Well, then thank you.
Are
So,
you
all
unaware?
right, well, then-
Are you
So then why are you
unaware?
saying this is...
Are you unaware that they are not so egotistical that they're going to say that this is proof fact until we learn more? But this is until the best we know and to the best of our abilities, like this is what we can apply to our given day. And absolutely, if you don't believe in gravity, you're a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, it's also called the law of gravity, meaning that it's, they've figured it out.
Like you would have to, you would have to deny, you would have
Listen,
to also deny
hold on,
like
CS.
general relativity. You'd have to deny like so many, like you'd have to deny Einstein. You'd have to deny like
A lot of
so
people do.
many-
A lot of people
You
do. A lot of
deny
people.
Einstein.
A lot of people
Wild.
do. CS. Well, why are you so like? This is it. I don't believe in anything. Or I don't want to even look at anything else.
Here's your team, Tess. I hope you're
Because I've looked at it, because I've been educated, because I've been educated, because
Well,
I've
if you
looked
were
at.
educated, you would look at all different explanations out there and come to your calculation of what you think, right?
Yes, I believe in the experts. I believe in the people who have studied
that's
this
where
for
you
a
lost
very
me
long
right there.
time.
Okay,
And then I also have taken
I'm gonna find
basic
castles real
math.
quick.
I'm sorry, Gormy. I've also taken basic mathematics classes to know that what they're saying is correct. Like the theory of freaking momentum. Like any of it makes sense when you know basic mathematical foundation. And
So go
even
on.
gravity is so stupid.
Okay, CS, that's nonsense. Okay, I can't remember too much math from my college days, but let's go very simple, very simple. What is undefined? Like when you get a math problem and it's very simple and it's like, well, you can't. Your calculator says undefined. What does
That means you're using your calculator incorrectly, and also
there's a lot of math problems that are undefined, correct?
Yes, there's lots of math problems on there that are just fine. But my point is that
Hold on.
You're
What
right.
are you,
So
what
we
are you
just-
trying to
starting
look up?
at
What are you
caveman?
trying to look up?
Starting
that
at
What I'm
you-
trying to get
hold
at
on,
is-
hold on, Pants.
I know
I don't
he's
have long.
having a meltdown
Pants,
because
I don't
he
have
knows-
long. Stop it. Gormy, so what are you trying to define as undefinable? Like what?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Am I
you.
trying to define nothing? But sometimes when you do a math problem, it'll come up and instead of like 0, it'll say undefined. You can't do it. And normally, what I would say is all the other systems in the world that we operate under, we don't just like skip over anything and just say, well, it's unexplained, it's undefined. What we do is like we figure it out or whatever. But in math, our modern day math system that we have that explains gravity and all this other nonsense. It's not magnetic forces, what it should be. It's we just skip over that stuff in math. It's
Force. Gravity is not a magnetic force. Are you aware of that?
Nor is it
I
modern
don't really
day.
know. I really don't know.
We've known about gravity for a long time.
Yeah, Go Army, you're going from like caveman trying to go all the way up to like the level of knowledge of Albert Einstein. You have to rely on the research of others in order to be able to get past that, to grow from that. You don't want to just figure every single thing out yourself because you'll end up like,
Mormon.
Says who? Is that your way of looking at life? Why do I have to agree to that?
Yeah, learn from the mistakes of others. Learn from.
Don't
the
you
research
think
of
that
others.
people over thousands
That's
of
why we
years,
have books.
there's been like thinkers that have said, no, I don't believe in that. Let me do this, and they came up with a new explanation for things, right?
Why do you think I just explained?
They're never
that,
like,
that
we
all
trust the
scientists
experts
that
on this,
scientists
turns out,
that
right?
scientists relate to everything that they say is theory, because theory again is going to say based on all of the knowledge that we have right now. So yes, it can be constantly evolving. However, Go Army, if Go Army in his garage, which I think is a very nice garage, I think you have a very nice house with a very nice truck and it has a very nice antenna that you touch really strangely. But I would say that when it comes down to it, if you have a better definition of how gravity works, please explain to us.
Go Army, wasn't it you
I really
that told me
I don't.
the other day?
It's a deep conversation. What? I just know
Let's
that like.
hear it, Ella. Ella, let's hear his theory on gravitational pull.
I mean, I'm just like okay, so like if I have a strong enough magnets and I put them whatever, they will either go away or attach, right? No matter what the weight is, right? But you know, you can drop things and they fall to the ground, but there's some things that like you can't explain the way they move.
No. You are
things like some kind of
magnetic
balloons in some
force.
cases.
No. Hold on. Wait 1 second, because we cannot have this misinformation on the panel. This is insane.
Well, that's
Gravity is
misinformation
not-
to you, though. There's a
No,
lot of people
it's
out there.
not.
Anybody can look at YouTube. Anybody go on Google and see
no.
all this is
Can I
actually
explain
argued every day.
No, 1 second. Gravity, and yes, you can, but just give me 1 second, and then I'm gonna drop. This is wild, and I have to go spend time with people who fucking know things. Gravity is not a magnetic force. Magnetic force is something completely different. And I don't even know if you know the formula for magnetic force. And I don't even know, I can't even explain it to you because you don't know what newtons are.
Okay, can you show me gravity?
Yes, I can. Put your hand out right now. Put your hand out with your phone.
What does it look like?
With your hand
What's it
on
look
your
like?
phone and open your hand and drop your phone to the ground.
No. That's just like
That is
different weight of
math.
objects.
Wait, I have a
No.
question. I have a question.
That is math.
Wait. I have a question. What does wind look like?
Exactly. Exactly.
But wind is real, right? But wind is real, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so gravity is real.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so then I would ask you, CS, remember we talked about you don't believe in a soul? I would say we all have souls. You can't feel it or touch it, but it's real,
I never said I
isn't
don't
it?
believe in a soul. I believe in a soul. I never said I didn't.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, roll that back, because I guarantee you I never said that.
Is there evidence of a
I don't
soul?
believe in the same concept as
Wait,
you
hold on,
do
he's-
in its religious context.
He's rage baiting because he's saying the opposite of what he's trying to say.
No,
You're
he's
the
just
one
trying to
saying
get
that
it
you
down
can't.
something.
No, he's the one trying to say that gravity isn't real because you can't see it, and then he's making the opposite argument.
Yeah,
But hold on.
Okay, wait. I also want to ask when he comes back again. I know I'm taking over the panel, but just give me 1 second because this has been a hard week not hanging out with you guys. So, Gormy, when you come back, so if you don't believe gravity is real, when I can prove it to you and when we can scientifically measure it, when you put your hand out and you drop your phone to the ground, your phone falls to the ground. That is gravity at work. Could you please show me proof that God exists? Because I'm concerned that you don't have more proof that God exists than I do that gravity exists.
Yeah, don't have him drop his phone just yet. I need to call my Australian friends and make sure they have the magnets in place, okay?
I think this conversation is just a little above your head. Like,
No. Go Army. I asked you
so,
some
like,
questions.
do you think if you drop your phone right
got you,
now,
Doc.
do you think that? Hold on, let me respond. Do you think if you drop your phone, do you think you're dropping your phone and it's falling out to the ground, or the ground's like just going through space at however many speed, and it's following the straightest path possible, and do you think that may be possible?
No, yeah, you're right.
I can't even respond to that answer until you respond to the fact that the smartest minds in science who have been studied, who have been peer reviewed,
That would be one of me. That would be me.
have been proven
You're
that
talking
their
about me.
I'm sorry, but that their mathematical equations are correct when it comes to mass versus gravity. Mass versus volume and the rate at which something falls from a certain distance because of the pull of gravity versus where you can't tell me where Santa Claus lives in heaven. So please, prove to me where God exists.
Prove to you where God exists. Sure. Well, I would just point to the Holy Bible first and foremost.
Okay? Who wrote that?
Man, through the Holy Spirit. Because you can read, if you ever read the Bible.
Prove to me where the Holy Spirit exists.
I'll give you a good example. King David prophesied about Okay, so for instance, when Jesus, let me think of it going with David. David prophesied, how do I say this? David prophesied about a Messiah coming. We know that to be true, right?
No,
yes,
we do not.
we do. Well, go read David, and then
I'm not going to
what
read
happened
anything
is-
to believe that it's true. I could read freaking Green Eggs and Ham and believe that that's my religion as much as I could read your dumbass book.
There's no other book in the history of mankind that has more prophecies that have been fulfilled than the Bible.
No
You're
other
not
book even
answering
comes
my
close.
question, though.
Do you
What is
understand that? Meaning that that's only can be done through God. That's it. It's the only
Are
explanation.
you a flat earther, Army?
What prophecies haven't come true yet in the Bible?
Yes, I'm here. Oh.
Well, I just came back. Sorry, it's on a meeting. Turn on my volume, and I'm hearing a conversation about
You guys,
gravity.
just to be clear, I have to drop in a minute. We only have 2 ops up. Mojo, are you bringing people up? Because I've seen you playing a video game.
I did not.
I didn't bring anyone up.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
All right, we got a mod issue. We got a mod issue.
We got a mod issue.
I'm gonna drop, so you can take the spot that I was in. But I know that I've been gone for a minute. I have had family in town, so please, guys, just keep it balanced because Go Army and Tess are the only opposition here, and we don't want to run them off.
I'm here to talk
Can
with
you
Go
hear
Army
you
about
use
the
the weird
Bible.
names?
Yeah, we should move on to religion because I didn't mean to. I was just trying to show Tess, her teammates here, so intellectually.
Go team.
Switch hitter. I can argue with JD and Analog and Ash. Done it before.
No, I'm here to argue with Go Army about the Bible. It's the only reason why I came up here.
That's fine. I was just going to say, Robot, we didn't need you to get a flat earther up here anyway. Thank you anyway for your assistance. We found one all by ourselves.
Yeah, I was super curious about that. Army, just the question.
What's that?
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not a flower, but I don't know. I don't know. I got a lot of pilot friends, and
Most accurate
they're
thing
the
to
only
I
people
tried.
who
I
have
got
been-
overruled by some rogue mods.
Okay, I guess I can't even respond against all the liberal
For
mob.
what? I don't even know what the hell. What are you talking about?
Okay,
I'm
so
Are you talking to me, Mojo?
Yeah, overruled by some rogue mods. What are you talking about?
Oh no, Doc wanted to continue to have the conversation about Go Army trying to prove God, and I was having the conversation with him, but there's other people up on the panel that want to talk, and I totally understand that. But again, we have like a panel right now that's very liberal dominated, and that may be an issue.
Listen, yes, if you want me to drop, just say it, okay?
No,
I'll
no,
drop.
no,
I just
JD,
came up here
it's
to
not
talk with
you.
Go Army.
It's-
I'm really excited to talk about the Bible, okay? I've
All
done
right,
this
you
for
guys
years
go.
now.
I'm going to drop myself, but I'm just saying this is a continual problem, and it's not JD specifically. Mojo and I will talk about it, but that's all right. No, I'm gonna go.
all right. So we either got
Thank you.
castles with Mojo, we got Bible with CS, or you got
Castles.
There
were
what
no
else subjects are all
castles.
being
There are
thrown?
no
Flat Earth is
castles.
another one, huh?
There are no castles.
Okay, there's maybe castle's the wrong word. There are these structures, these buildings in a national park that are the Indians in their culture called them the buildings that were there before them.
That's
this is in
bullshit.
America.
This is absolute bullshit.
100% it's not. I was just trying to Google it, but I got
100%.
thrown at flat Earth, God, all kind of stuff at me, which this is the most interesting topic. What do you think about Serpent Mound in Mississippi? And what do you know about the big massive city they found?
Just because there are things that existed before other people came here doesn't mean that they were Celtics. Like there were indigenous people to this land. What makes you
Ella,
think
they were
didn't
Celtic
do
like
that?
the elves in Lord of the Rings.
No, they were not.
No,
They were not.
Coming over here like that.
No, I'm
very
sorry.
important-
I'm sorry, but the Central Americans tended to roam around all over the stinking place, and they were building huge cities, right? They were building huge cities before anybody else arrived here. They were building huge cities before Europe was building huge cities.
Who's that?
What tribe am I thinking of? God damn it!
You thinking Aztec or?
There's Aztec, but there's the Tenicha, something like that.
Aztec, Mayans, Incans would all be South American. They wouldn't be North American. But then again, you're also not. You're not.
No, there were
incorrect.
there were
You're not
Central. God damn it! I'm talking about Central American, not South American. So there were a lot of tribes in the Central Americas that were like creating islands and shit, and they had pyramids built and shit like that before anybody even knew pyramids existed. So I don't know.
But again, you wouldn't be incorrect in the statement that Native Americans were here long before even like the earliest white people came. The whole notion of the Bering Strait Bridge, that is a real concept that we can prove in real time. But I think the more important question to ask Go Army here, so that way we can all understand his mind of frame as we move the conversation.
His mind of frame.
Where do you derive your knowledge from? Where do you get your knowledge from?
Where do I get my knowledge from? I get my knowledge from the Bible, I think.
Okay.
He figures it out himself.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to the Bible, right? So you believe that the Bible is real because of what?
Hold on, bro. Take a breath. Take a breath, JD.
You believe that all the events...
my mind is in Mississippi.
You believe that all the events in the Bible are real because of what?
What? Hold on. What do you want? What's your question?
You believe that all the events in the Bible is a real thing that happened. What do you base that on?
Yeah, the Bible to me is like it's history. It's history for sure. Yeah.
Okay. If I told you that even from a historical perspective, most of the people who wrote about Jesus did so 40, 50, maybe even 70 years after he unalived, how can we count those as eyewitnesses?
Like what? Matthew? Book of Matthew?
Not Matthew. No, the people who wrote the book, these would be people like Pontius, these would be Roman people who wrote the book long after he unalived.
No, but Matthew is eyewitness, right?
No, not necessarily. Because Matthew is a person who was created by the Romans.
Oh, I see. This is like, I don't even want to have this conversation with you. You're just like, it's just like, got it. You think it's all just fake and made up by blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, I'd rather talk about ancient cultures in South American America.
Then they wouldn't be able to be counted as eyewitnesses.
Bro, the book of Matthew is literally an eyewitness testimony. He literally wrote it. He was literally living with Jesus, was he not?
Matthew was a person who was created by a Roman.
Oh my God. Okay, man. Whatever, bro. You're right. You're right, bro. I
am right, and you know this.
I know. That's the problem. Your mama always told you were right growing up and never told you you're wrong. So when you got older, you just always assume you're wrong. You're right about everything, bro. And now you meet a person who's like, you know what? This guy is just going to go on and on. So I'm just going to say you're right, JD. You're correct, bro. Does that make you feel better? Okay. Now what?
Every time you
go back to
I get hard.
Can we go back to ancient cultures, like the cool conversation now?
Sure. Where do you derive your knowledge from when you make the positive claim that the Celtic people were here prior to the Native Americans?
Where's Tess at? What was that funny thing she said, this conversation?
So, you don't want to hold this conversation? Are you scared to hold the conversation?
I'm going to assume that Tesla,
JD, you're just like all amped up, bro. Like,
centered yourself.
I'm really not. This is not even 10 out of 10. Mojo knows.
You're crashing out before you even like get anything.
I'm not.
Chill, bro. I can't answer 1,000 topics.
I'm really
what
not.
do you want?
Well, it's because JD
this is low mode. Yeah, in low gear though.
I mean, debate bros, bro.
Yep.
That's a recipe for high blood pressure at an early age is what that is.
Sure, I'll take the tone down a little bit, but I'll still ask you the same question. Where do you derive your knowledge from when you posit the claim that the Celtic people were here prior to the Native Americans?
Yeah, we were going to research that and talk about that, but you're up here about Pontius Pilate and Matthew's made up by Romans, bro. Like, oh, man.
Because you wanted to say that you derive all your knowledge from the Bible.
Okay, so I do. What's wrong with it? This is the problem with JD. JD, you live when your mama tells you yes to everything. You can't accept that somebody else thinks differently from you, or you can't accept that. And I do. JD, wherever you get your morals from is fine. That's cool. I get mine from the Bible. And
The problem isn't that my mother told me yes.
Wow,
the problem is that your mother never told you no.
Hello. So,
go ahead.
Army, was it not you who earlier said that, we shouldn't insult and dub test and all this stuff, and now you're just, because you've ran out of arguments, is my guess you're just insulting JD?
Oh, yeah. Is that what you're doing right now? I ran out of arguments. Aren't you insulting me now?
She's still talking.
No.
Oh, you're not
done talking.
She's still talking.
I'm telling you to stop insulting JD, and both of you need to stop over-talking one another. I'm not insulting you. I'm calling you out.
I think you ran out of arguments.
I said I'm assuming it's because you ran out of arguments, because there would be no other real reason to do so.
It's an insult in the real world. That's an insult. Real world.
No, it's making an assumption.
Okay, let's just reset. Let's just reset, guys. Let's
we were having a great
civil.
conversation. So he can, you attack me for defending myself. This guy came in like in the middle of like everybody else asking questions. So why don't you just tell him to relax for a minute, take a lap, and we can keep going on with our normal conversation with normal people.
If you don't like the speed that I'm delivering these statements at, if you don't like the tone,
No, but you attack me, Ellen.
That's fine. I can tone it down for you. I have no problem. I'm just going to ask you the same question again, which is, where do you derive your knowledge from? When you say that the Celtic people were here prior to the Native Americans, can we actually hold that conversation instead of you insulting them?
No, we can't.
Or we could just move on because nobody cares.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Let's do that.
It's not that I'm actually coming at you. You're just scared. You're a scared little bitch. And
You're right. I know it. You're right. All right. Anyways, let's move on.
Okay, yeah, good time to move away from religion, I think. What else we got in politics?
Gormy, to answer your question that you had earlier, though, about balloons not moving in any kind of predictable direction, there is an answer for that, and it's that when the balloon is expelling gas out of it, that's causing a force that pushes it into random directions.
Okay. Is that trust? Would you just Google that or something?
No, that's just from like lived experience and common knowledge.
Yeah. There's some good podcasts out there if you guys are actually interested in the gravity discussion. And obviously, I mean, I don't know if you guys, it obviously upsets you guys. It's very tied to you, like dear and near. I don't know. But there are a lot of people who debate gravity. They debate these things. And it's not like do you think flat Earth?
Sure, if you want to use an appeal to authority, most of these people are scientists who will still, at the end of the day, say that there's some sort of effect that's happening whenever you drop a phone to the ground. That's why CS asked you to drop your phone to the ground.
Yeah, the Earth is pushing up against you, is what's happening, not us falling down against it, right?
Velocity would still play into the argument of gravity.
Everything is pushing against everything else. So you're constantly in the atmosphere while it's pushing back against you.
If there was no Earth there, you would just be in a free fall. So everything's in a constant free fall. So the chair and the ground and when you drop your phone, it's pushing up against the phone, not the phone falling.
Both are happening at the same time. The phone is pushing down, and the atmosphere is pushing up. And also, if there was no Earth, there would be no gravity, so you wouldn't be in a free fall. You would just be floating.
All right, hold on.
What is gravity?
Neutral party. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
71. Who did I vote for? It's been so long. I voted, I think, Biden. Oh, Kamala.
I recognize that picture. You're the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, no. That's me.
He's not. It's not the same guy.
You just said it was him.
I'm not the Mad Hatter.
It's not him.
I don't even know who that is, quite honestly. Listen, what is gravity? We don't even know what gravity is. Is gravity? Einstein didn't know what gravity was. He said it was the bending of space, but he couldn't tell you what space was made out of, and so they came up with dark matter, which that's only something they call it. They don't know what it is.
I've argued that on this panel quite a few times about dark matter with people.
Gravity is the attraction between two objects based on their mass.
That's the result of gravity. What is the force?
No, that is the force. Is gravity?
No.
The force of gravity is what that is.
Okay, yes. What is causing the force? Now, don't tell me what the result of gravity. I know
the size of the object. Of gravity. Its mass.
Okay, but what about mass attracts another body of mass?
That's just the laws of physics. Mass attracts mass.
May the force be with you.
You're kind of evading the answer.
There's an experiment that you can do. I can't remember the name of the experiment off the top of my head, but there's an experiment. It's like Cavendish or something like that. Cavendish's experiment, where you can put two objects next to each other that are kind of suspended in a way, and if you let them sit there long enough, you'll see that they actually are drawn to each other, and they will end up touching each other after a while.
Okay, but why?
Because the answer he's looking for is weak and strong nuclear forces.
Yeah, there were three, but why do they attract each other? Why? What is making them attracted to each other? What is that force made of? Not the
third
result.
one would be magnetic.
Well, they're not magnetic. It's not magnetic. Magnetic is totally different.
Correct. But the three forces you're talking about are weak and strong nuclear forces and magnetic.
No, those are the nuclear forces. They're not the force. Gravity has nothing to do with the weak and strong forces. Gravity is all separate by itself.
Okay,
it's a very weak force.
Okay, just give your answer. You're obviously looking for a specific answer. Just give your answer.
I don't have an answer. I don't know what gravity is.
Well, then you can't say. Wait, hold on. Then you can't say no. Then you can't say no to any of this. If you don't know what the answer is, you can't say no.
Well, yes, I can.
No, you can't. No, I'm telling you, you can't.
I understand his perspective, but
Okay.
his perspective. I understand your perspective, but your perspective is aligning more with someone such as myself compared to like Go Army. Go Army is essentially saying that he does know what gravity is, but he's deriving all of his knowledge specifically from God, rather than just saying, well, there are natural events that we can observe which might cause X or Y, right?
He thinks it's magnets.
We can not understand something, but that's the entire purpose of science, which is to try and understand something.
And here's the thing that I'll say. This is the only thing that I'm going to say about it. Honestly, I just think this is funny. But the only thing I'm going to say about it is this. I have no problem with scientists debating other scientists about theories and why things are. But the reason that we're talking to each other on this phone, on this app right now, is because of the scientific method, the same scientific formulas and math that was foundationally based on gravity a long, long time ago. And so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm using this phone, pretend like I know more about how fucking mathematics and science works than the scientists. Let them figure it out. In the meantime, I'll debate politics on my magic phone.
Yeah, if you want a real mind-blowing
don't know
question,
more than the scientists.
a real mind-blowing question is how did they turn sand and copper and aluminum into this phone? That's the fucking real question.
Wait, how do the scientists know more than you?
By doing what Go Army does, I guess, just by questioning everything and figuring everything out for yourself.
It's the Bible.
I mean,
It's
you're not
like,
inquisitive? You're not, like, actively up here just questioning things?
But I also base that off of past knowledge from previous, researchers and scientists that have also studied these things for a lifetime. So I don't just start at zero.
I trust experts, yeah.
Sure,
Just so
the Bible doesn't start at zero. It existed for a couple thousand years.
Just an
everything is in
interesting-
the Bible.
An interesting point is that when Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity, no other scientists, virtually no other scientists, agreed with him. So scientists don't all agree.
But he was also a scientist, right? He was also like an expert in his field, right? Are you an expert in anything? Are you expert in science?
No.
Okay, so then you might want to just rely on their word if they've been studying it their whole life and going to school and
Yeah, I mean, if you're like a civilian, so to speak, with a better term, not a an academic,
a layman.
Not an actual a layman. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Like if you studied it every day as a layman and you like studied it for like a year and had some new theory, want to come up here with it, I'd be all for listening to it. But you have nothing, and you like said nothing about what you actually think it is. You're just saying that the experts are wrong.
Who are you talking to?
What makes you an expert? But what makes them an expert, Ash?
Because they study it.
So you can study it right here, right now. What makes you think he's not an expert?
He said he wasn't.
And also they've spent more time studying it.
He just said he wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean, no offense, but he could barely remember who he voted for.
And he says he's not an expert, and you were simply saying that people that study it are experts. I think that would be the fucking disagreement here, don't you?
The other variable you're looking for here, Robot, would be certification. It's what loosely spoke on. But these people have essentially gone to college to be able to study in these fields, right?
Right. They've spent time researching it. More time than any of us have spent researching it.
Is there a specific institution or some shit that you have to go to in order to be considered certified?
College.
Just any college will do?
Probably an accredited one would be ideal.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, let me
college
ask
is an
you
accredited
this.
one.
If there's no barrier to entry, Robot, if anyone can consider themselves a certified expert, how do we disseminate what is real and what isn't?
You're going to have to tell me. You're the one making the claim that there needs to be a certified expert, and I'm asking you how they get that certification.
I just want to clarify my point.
You didn't understand the question I asked. So if there's no barrier to entry, if anyone can just now claim themselves to be an expert, because that's what you're saying, anyone can claim themselves to be an expert. But I don't necessarily disagree with that. But how do we disseminate what is and what isn't true?
Well, there's degrees and master's degrees and doctorates. It's like it's all just levels of time spent studying these different fields, right? You don't want to just go up to Go Army and ask him to perform surgery on you because he probably hasn't studied it or he relies on the Bible for his research.
Well, that's the point I'm making. Y'all are making an appeal to the authority where you are saying a specific institution or setup that you believe would make it a certified expert, whereas he's doing the same thing just with the Bible. Like you're the same fucking thing.
Can I jump in? I just want to be clear. I didn't at any point say that. I was very clear on the first part of my statement that even if you were a layman, someone who was not like professionally studying anything, and you studied it in your personal time for a year and you knew all this shit about it and could have an intellectual conversation with someone who is an academic, then that's great. Then have that conversation. Have the conversation with that person, because I'm just telling you what they told me. So if you're that good, if you know that much, go talk about it with them.
You're just using third-hand information to try and say that it is some sort of expertise. And I'm telling you it's not. Go Army. Well, hold on.
He's going to come up here and tell me that it's not that.
Hold on. Let me finish the sentence. Shit. Like, Go Army may have had like 30 years of studying the Bible. I don't know about you, but 30 years in a field of study would make somebody an expert. It's just in my opinion. They don't need to get it from a fucking institution, a church, or some specific place that you feel is better than somewhere else.
No, but you have to be in the same field of study, though. So if he's spent 30 years studying the Bible, then sure, you could call him an expert on the Bible. But that doesn't mean he's an expert in science. It doesn't mean he's an expert on gravity. You'd have to be studying the subject that you're claiming to be an expert in.
Well, and usually that entails doing a dissertation wherein you use peer review articles to debate certain points.
But let me posit
his
it this
peers
way,
would actually be theologians, would they not?
Sorry?
Let me posit it this way, Robot, okay? Rob from down the street is now an expert in marine biology, and one of the first things that he puts out for the internet to see is that whales are actually skinny as fuck. They're anorexic. How do we disseminate that as true or false? Because that is my entire problem with your argument. I don't necessarily disagree that anybody can classify themselves as being an expert, but how do we actually tell them they're not an expert or tell them that they are, I guess is what I'm saying.
You would have to tell me. You're the one that's trying to say that they are or are not an expert. I am simply saying that he could have some undetermined amount of time of study in the field of the Bible and theology. His peers would be like the clergy at his church. He could have a peer-reviewed study that y'all just don't recognize because you're appealing to your own authority. Some institution, probably Ivy League, that doesn't even know your fucking name.
I'm sure his clergymen would disagree with him too, though.
I mean, here's the thing.
Robot,
I hear what you're saying. And I listen. There are people who are apprentices, and they study, and they don't go to any formal school, and they have read every treatise, textbook. They've worked with experts, and they may well be qualified, but they're not going to get a job. They're not going to get a job with. With Dow Chemical as a scientist unless they really have the degree.
Go ahead,
Ella.
Sure, and that's called.
Hold on. Ella,
the Smithsonian.
Shut up!
Yes.
Shut up! Ella.
I was going to drop to make room for Pallet, but I just wanted to say that I thought it was very funny that Robot is basically arguing the MAGA, I read all the headlines, so I'm an expert angle. But then we argued so hard among ourselves that Go Army left. So, I don't know.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop. Just don't call me out. Just go with it. He would have stayed.
The Smithsonian Institute did a research study that concluded,
nobody even gives a shit.
and you can look this up, that experts are almost always wrong. And you can look it up on the Smithsonian.
What a stupid statement.
I'm going to give you a box for ops, even to leave it open so someone might request up.
Okay.
That last statement sounded like an op. I'm going to say it. But anyway, go ahead.
I feel like if you don't have any trust in the institutions, then our society is fucked, Robot. That's my biggest problem. If you can't just acknowledge that these people have been in their field, have respected credentials in their field, then you might as well, at this point, just believe Rob.
Well, now, you would just believe in God. Like, why does it require my blind trust into your institutions?
The cornerstone of science is not trusting institutions. The cornerstone of science is that everything, everything in the material world is verifiable. So, it's not about trust in institutions or people. Anything that is given by the scientific community can be done by anybody and be, verified by anybody.
There we go. That's the actual scientific method.
Bingo.
But the problem is with that, and I agree with you 100%, the problem is that lay people don't do the experiments. They don't do those verifications. So they just rely on garbage that they want to rely on.
But that was my whole point, which is I feel like no one got it, or maybe it was just ignored because we were doing a rage bait thing. But I was saying that if you're a layman, you've never done any official studying or anything, but you studied it at your home in your own free time because you have access to Google and fucking Claude or whatever you want to use, then you might know a thing, but you're not going to come to a panel like this and try to convince us. We are already on the side of the established science that's there. So if you want to talk about it, then have that conversation with the actual experts. You don't have to be the the person at an Ivy League college to have that conversation. If you talk to someone and they're like, oh, this person is talking my language, they know what they're talking about, then you can have that conversation. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm going to explain to you how the fucking mathematics work, because I can't. I just know that I trust the people who have been handed down the trust for centuries.
I've been trying to get my hands on nuclear materials so that I can, verify some of these formulas that they've been talking about, but they make it difficult.
Let's be clear, anal only got the nuclear material.
Why are you talking from the bathroom right now? Why are you talking from your bathroom right now?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I'm not in the bathroom right now.
You're full of shit.
Nope. Want to see my camera? Here we go.
Not anymore.
He has excreted that.
There you go, chat, not the bathroom. Wow, what do you know? Crazy! Fuck you.
Oh, you need some insulation then, man.
No, he was in the bathroom.
The acoustics are not good.
Well, this is boring.
What do people want to talk about? Do we want to talk about Mark Carney's statement about the deal, or the G7's response, or is that boring too?
They're experts, shouldn't they know?
So now
I'm being sarcastic.
Has that subject been totally just done today?
No, this is what Carney was talking about at the World Economic Forum about smaller coalitions. Is that what it is? Bypassing the U.S.
I heard that he praised the memorandum, the framework for a peace deal, saying that that's going. Yeah, that's what I.
Well, I agree with that.
Yeah.
If that deal is passed, it's a good thing for Iran.
Yeah. But is it better than what we had?
Well, for them it is.
That would be very subjective.
Well, it doesn't have any terms presently with respect to enrichment of uranium and nuclear. There are no terms, as far as, nobody's read it, first of all, but from all reports, there's no terms in that deal regarding enrichment of uranium in Iran.
If they join the IAEA, they don't have to specifically capitulate any terms. The IAEA
who's scratching
would
their
oversee
microphone?
it. That would be neutral.
We had terms before, though, didn't we? There were specific terms that restricted the enrichment of uranium. Robot?
Correct.
In the JCPOA.
But that was because Iran was not a formal member or willing to join the IAEA.
But that's not relevant. They still had to comply
Are you
with the JCPOA.
Are you worried about Iran getting nuclear weapons?
Am I?
Yeah.
No.
I don't want anybody to have them, is my answer to that.
Okay, but are you worried about Iran getting them?
Well, I don't really know what capacity they would have to use them. So, I mean, I didn't think it was an imminent threat, is my answer to that.
Okay.
I did not think it was an imminent threat.
Okay, to me, it seems like we shouldn't be arguing against the 14 points that Donald Trump laid out, because those 14 points are going to be good for Iran. They'll probably be good for the world in general. They'll lift the sanctions. The Strait of Hormuz will be open. If Israel agrees to stop attacking Lebanon, good for the world as well. I would say that if it goes through with those 14 points as they sit, it's a good thing.
Israel is not going to let this happen.
14-point plan when the 14-point plan was drawn up as like a temporary solution to a problem that Trump created.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we can bitch about Trump creating the problem. We can bitch about pulling out of the JCPOA. We can bitch about us being in a worse position as far as Iran goes because of that. But either way, this is good for Iran, and it's good to stop a war, and it's good to stop killing people.
Israel is not going to go for this. They will disrupt.
You can say that too. You can say that too, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm just telling you, if it goes through with those 14 points, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Well, we've been gaslit into saying I'm for it, and it's a good idea because we've come this far. But still better off before.
Correct.
No, I don't think we were. As a matter of fact, I think because this lifts sanctions off of Iran. The people of Iran will actually be better after this than before this. With $300 billion being invested in their country as well.
The numbers I'm seeing are different. I think I saw like 24 to, I don't know. I haven't seen anything on 300 billion. But regardless of that, like the biggest problem, the biggest problem that's being spoken about here is that this number, it's not about the number of money they're being sent. It's the idea that the policy itself is the exact same policy that was previously had, but now it's just being sold under the Trump administration.
Bathroom again.
We are a lot. Listen, if the 14 points go through, I'm not going to disagree with you, but we've got problems as a result of this that are going to be hard to fix. And we've been spending a lot of money over there, and a lot of people have unalived. So, do we think that do we need to go to this war to get these 14 points? Couldn't we have tried to negotiate this vis-a-vis diplomacy beforehand?
We could have.
Mojo?
We could have, but here we are. And this is a good solution if that's the way it's going to go down. And as a matter of fact, if Israel decides to back out of the deal or push it in some way, shape, or form, maybe that gives us reason to break away from Israel as well, which I also would think would be a good thing.
That would be a good thing.
So I don't know. I think you're right. I think none of this shit's going to happen. I think it's not going to go through. I think that Donald Trump's not going to agree to it. I think that the government that is under Donald Trump is not going to agree to it. So I think it's pretty well fucked already. But if it goes through, I'll be happy. I guess that's it.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, just subjective, in my subjective opinion, I think it is better than JCPOA on this particular front and moment, because Iran joining the IAEA, like, we no longer have to worry about their enrichment levels or anything. They would just be a contributor and user of nuclear material for civil infrastructure. Like, there's a dozen other countries that do it too.
If I come into office and one of my first actions as the governing legislation, the body of government, is to rip up 15,000 jobs, and then later down the line, I restore all those 15,000 jobs and I add like 2,000 more jobs, should I really be credited for that?
I'm not saying that we credit Donald Trump. I'm just saying it's a good thing for Iran. I think the Republicans will be
I don't disagree, but you're
pissed.
ignoring what like Truth and Me have said, which is that it's like a gaslighting policy. It's like selling us on something that we already fucking had.
Not necessarily.
It doesn't change the fact of the matter, though, that it's a good thing.
Like they say, if Trump had cured cancer, we would all protest the cure or whatever. No, Trump didn't cure cancer. Scientists did. I would still be happy that cancer is cured. I don't give a shit who's in power.
I don't know. I still feel like we're kind of like, or maybe not we, but I kind of sometimes feel like a whiny liberal in the sense that, like we complain about the war in Iran and it's like we want it to stop and like, da-da-da-da. But then it's like when we're pulling out and it's like, they're getting everything they wanted, then we're like criticizing them for like losing the war and not getting enough from it, even though we're the ones who wanted it to stop in the first place. I don't know. I
do think he lost the war. I mean, I absolutely think he lost the war. I guess we can deal with that later, but as of right now, but who knows?
United States still has never lost a war.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck makes you say that crazy shit.
Vietnam? Hello?
If you thought the last point was rage bait, this point is definitely rage bait.
The Viet Cong surrendered. 1973.
We lost that war. We lost it so fucking badly.
Prove it.
I'm not going to waste my breath. Look it up.
Exactly, because we never lost it.
He just progged.
Were we running out of Saigon, like with our fucking pants down, our tail between our legs?
In 1973, we had organized leave of South Vietnam, which was still a sovereign country, recognized by not only the U.S. but the UN for 2 more years.
You're a paid agitator.
We lost it based on the cost to benefit ratio. It cost us, 60,000 lives, and back then $1 trillion. And what did we get in exchange? I have no idea.
For what? Yeah.
Yeah, in that particular instance, we've always lost every war, including the American Revolution, because no life is worth any of war.
Do you mean the war between the states?
The revolution between the British and the colonials?
I think he was thinking you were talking about the Civil War.
Yeah. I mentioned a civil war, but it wasn't a civil war. It was a war between the states.
And you don't call that a civil war?
No.
That's not what it's called in the books.
What is it, a domestic war?
There was the war between the states. The southern states claimed that they were sovereign.
Why are we parsing? Why are we
states
parsing
being the civil
words?
union?
Wait, hold on. Let
curious.
him at least finish his statement first before you call on that.
The southern states said they were not part of the United States. They were their own independent. So you would call a war between a civil war would be internal. A war between the states would be external, and that's what they called it, the war between the states.
It's internal, being that it was in the United States of America.
Not according to the Southerners, who didn't want to be part of the United States of America.
But they were still part of the United States of America at the time, though.
Yeah, but no. There was no formal agreement that made them part of the United States. That's what, if you read what Lincoln said, basically he would go to, if you look at what he did to the United States, he mowed down southern countries. He literally mowed them down, burning innocent civilians, the March to the Sea. He was the one who said it was the United States. The southern states said we're not part of that group. This is the war between the states.
Oh wait, wasn't it referred to as a secession when they wanted to disband from the United States?
Oh yeah.
So a secession, by definition, would mean that they are withdrawing from something they were already part of.
You're talking about the word secession. I don't know if these southern states said we're seceding. I think the southern states said we are independent states. Some of them, not all of them. Some of the southern states were in the middle. So they weren't all on the same page.
But I think he's referring to the idea of a secession, not the actual word. I think that's the problem here.
I don't know if they called it a secession. Yeah,
but if I'm standing in California, and I say I'm going to say that my property isn't actually part of California, so I don't have to pay state taxes. Like, am I allowed? Can I do that?
Yep.
Well, yeah. Go ahead, try.
I'm in favor.
The answer is no. Yeah, I can try, but the answer is no. It wouldn't work.
Because you're owned by who owns your life?
Because I'm inside the boundaries of the thing, right?
Have you ever tried it though, Ash? Try it.
Yeah, I'll try it. See what happens. I'll let you know.
Experimentation. It's all science, you know.
They have a place of reform up at Lompoc for you if you do try it. Lompoc Prison.
Oh, so you know what happens then if you tried it?
I know a guy named Jim Lewis who tried it and ended up in Lompoc. Yes, he's dead now. But
the scientific method.
Yes, and I agree with his conclusion. The government is government think it owns you, so you can't get away with surrendering yourself to their will.
Okay, I do want to retort to you about Sherman's March. Sherman's March, I absolutely agree on the base premise, was the idea that the Union troops would go through South Carolina, Virginia, I think, or North Carolina, one of those two, and Georgia, and destroy the property infrastructure as a means to lower the overall morale of the Confederate forces. There was no intent whatsoever that you can cite or list or find that states that they wanted to take Southern civilian lives. This is never a thing. Never happened.
You just said they did it.
Destroy.
Contradicted yourself.
Wait, hold on. What I said was destroy infrastructure. Infrastructure is different than life.
See, I think when JD looks something up, he doesn't look up just facts about a certain subject. He looks up talking points on a specific subject so that he can respond with that.
Meanwhile, you've got nuclear material in your basement so that way you can test out whether you can blow up a fucking hurricane.
Yeah. Maybe you should put a little nuclear insulation in your bathroom.
Yeah, that would help with your acoustics big time.
Sorry, that was dumb.
Ash, that wasn't dumb. Don't put yourself down like that. That was very smart.
I don't like to attack people. I just thought it was funny.
And so why are we talking about Sherman's March?
Because it was originally this guy at the top who was positing that the whole idea of Sherman's March was to enact as much damage to the southern states, particularly southern people's lives. There's parts of that which could be true. the idea of it was originally that, like, yeah, we're going to go in there, we're going to demoralize the Southern people, the Confederate forces, by burning their fucking properties down to the ground. Like, that was a legit thing that happened. Scorched earth, basically.
Yeah, and I think they intended to unalive people too, not just infrastructure.
That's the point that I'm rebutting. No one can cite that.
What?
If you can cite that, I will fucking pay you $5 to $10.
I don't care. I just think that where you have an army general that's burning down Atlanta and then going scorched earth to Savannah, and it's unaliving people, it's pretty clear that you're intending to do it.
A, you can't cite that to me. B, even if you could cite that to me, which I'll give you your $5, it's justifiable.
I'm not speaking to whether it's justifiable. I'm just saying that it happened.
You can't cite that. If someone can cite that, I'll send them $5 right now. I swear to God.
JD, are you claiming that Sherman's March didn't consist of a campaign to
intentionally take the lives of Southern civilians? Yes.
Okay, but the point is that, again, we get back into this intent thing, and where that the instrumentalities and the things that you are doing are cause and effect going to unalive people, then there's a certain level of intent, right? So you're sitting here saying that there wasn't an intention to do that? I mean,
Yes, I am, and you can't cite me anything, so I win.
Okay, so okay, I'll leave it at that. But if other people want to weigh in, I mean, so what you're saying is that if you have a conflict and people, you in fact, I think you were arguing this the other day about the schools. You were arguing this.
He's trying to pigeonhole us into defending like either Confederates or any of the other bad people in history. Like that's his sole intent. Because if you want to go back to intent, like you could just bring up Napoleon. Napoleon never had an intent to unalive civilians. You can't cite it anywhere.
Why were Confederates?
What? Oh my God!
Why were Confederates?
I think his microphone fell down a cliff.
What?
I'm asking why did he call the Confederates bad?
Also, too, wait, tennis. When you brought up my conversation with Fuckface yesterday, there is a difference between that conversation and this conversation. You could recognize that, right? The conversation we were having yesterday, I was telling him, essentially, either way you look at it, there was actually intention there to take lives. He's saying that they didn't intend to take those school children lives. They intended to take lives, which was why they launched the missiles. You can't find me here any specific intention that the generals, with regards to the Union troops, had, where they said, we're going to take the lives of Southern civilians.
That would be incorrect. If you're talking about the United States launching those missiles into Iran, and we hit the girls' school or whatever, like you can't prove that there was intent to take lives. They were aiming at infrastructure.
Yes, you can. The DIA held an entire investigation on this. Yes, you can.
Was there an intent to take lives?
Yes, they said that the reason why they launched the missiles towards that area was because the area was previously considered to be part of an Iranian base, but their information they had was outdated. They didn't realize that area was not actually a fucking base anymore, that it became a school in the time since. So they intended to launch those missiles towards that area. They just didn't know there were fucking kids there.
Okay. So when you're an army, or you're a security, you're the United States, you're the Defense Department, and you're using military equipment to do certain things to infrastructure, right? And you know that certain things cause fires and explosions, right? And there could be collateral damage, right? Same thing. Sherman's March is the same thing.
as this.
There could be, but now you're arguing something different, Tennis.
No, it's the exact same thing.
No, it's not equivocal.
You're using military
The idea
equipment
here is that I have specifically the intention to unalive these people.
JD, you're using military equipment that can cause harm, okay, in places where civilians live, okay? You did it, they did it with respect to the girls' school, and they did it in Sherman's March, and there's no
indirect causation where someone unalives because you burn their crop field is a real thing, but that's a different thing from what I'm arguing here. You can't cite to me one fucking article or one fucking newspaper from the Civil War that said, yes, these generals were going out there and purposefully taking the lives of Southern civilians.
JD, if I can give you a telegram from Sherman,
I'll hand you your $5 right now that says
saying that there's no point in holding roads, that we must destroy the roads, buildings, and
Put them on the
people
big screen,
to
Mojo.
repopulate the state of Georgia.
Put them on the big screen right now.
Yeah, I know JD
This
doesn't
is a
actually believe what he's
ludicrous
saying
argument.
because
It's a ludicrous.
if he really believed what he was saying, then he would have bet $5 million.
Crop
but
your
he
shit
only bet
better,
$5.
Wait, who did that?
There we go. What the fuck? Go back. Okay. It will be crop it better. It was good the first time.
All right, let me crop it real quick.
Don't.
And can you read it, Pallet?
Take your time.
Because I can't
Just
read that.
Just read it. I don't.
can't.
But it didn't actually say though that they intended to kill people. It said you take out the bridges and the roads and the homes or something, right? The buildings.
What's the next comma after the bridges and the roads?
So that we can repopulate.
No, that's the sentence before that.
Can we just read it?
I don't know. You were reading. I was going based on what you read.
I didn't hear it and I can't see it.
So
It says, "I
I need
propose
to
we break
recrop
up the
it because
road."
it's in the next paragraph. But let me recrop it real quick.
We love Pallet because Pallet is the only one who's willing to fucking bring the proof.
Good Lord, all of us bring proof, JD.
The last time you tried to bring me proof, it wasn't proof. You remember that conversation? Where we're talking about what counts as justified political violence? You're saying that there were Union generals prior to the Civil War who were going in and freeing fucking people?
You mean the proclamations by Union generals?
Which weren't actually proclamations that happened prior to the war, they were happening during the war?
Utter destruction of the roads, houses, and people will cripple their military resources.
Okay, what do you think they mean when they say people, Pallet?
I think they mean people.
Depends on what the definition of is.
Yeah, I mean, Tennis, sometimes you have to argue semantics and pragmatics. Okay, etymology is a thing. It's very important to conversation. People don't realize that the goal of Sherman's March, which I already listed previously, was demoralization. This is why they bring up the word people within that specific letter.
I thought you said it was to destroy infrastructure. Now you're saying it's demoralization?
Did you not say
What do you think? Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, God, you can't be this dumb, Tennis. No! Mojo, speak for me, because I'm going to crash out. I know you understand what I'm saying.
Why are you going to crash out? We're just having a conversation.
Okay, what do you think happens when you start to burn people's property? Do you think they're going to be happy-go-lucky?
I think that you can unalive people, and that's been my point all along, and that they knew that.
No, stop. Answer my question. What do you think happens when you burn people's property? Do you think they're going to be happy-go-lucky?
No, they are not.
Right. Demoralization. Thank you.
So now was it just for demoralization, JD, or was it to
that was the specific intent.
Okay, I was asking a question and you interrupted me. The specific intent was demoralization? Is that was it?
Yes, they wanted to quickly end the war because they realized that Georgia was not going to be easy to take. So and Abraham Lincoln was actually hesitant to approve this plan originally. He had to go through a shitload of convincing to get on board with the plan. The idea was they go through these states and they burn all the properties, all the crop fields, whatnot. They don't kill the people, but they burn all the property as a means to demoralize the people, which is the argument that I make. No singular person on this panel so far yet has been able to prove to me that their intent solely was to kill people.
No one said solely, but
you never said
people in the sentence.
You said give proof that their goal was to kill people. I just gave you a telegram from General Sherman himself saying that they need to repopulate Georgia after they destroy all the bridges, houses, and people.
Yeah, that was pretty much the exact proof that you were looking for, JD.
That's $5. That's your lunch money, JD.
I know it sucks.
No, it does suck. It's just people are just really stupid. Sorry, I almost.
Yeah, well, they're smarter than you then because we still got it right.
Yeah, it is weird that you don't know the definition of the word people, JD. I don't know what you're confused about.
I won't ask you the way you asked me. You can't be that dumb.
Okay.
I am the smartest person. I am the smartest person in this conversation because I'm not taking part in it, fuckers.
If I say we, oh well, I got removed because of hate speech. Never mind. GG's.
Don't worry, JD. You can hit me up next time we talk. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for that 10 piece.
Don't worry, Tennis. Looks like the algorithm's got you back.
Not always.
If that were the case, then why is the neutral guy up there still here? Because he was saying a lot of crazy stuff.
No, and I didn't even have any stake in that conversation, but it was just like, when he said, give me one piece of proof and I'll give you $10, I was like, well, this is a war in the middle of the 1800s. I can guarantee he said some fuck shit.
Yeah.
Like, it took 5 seconds of Googling to
just
find
because,
some fuck shit.
Only because I know this is going to turn into an unnecessary argument later down the line, I should say that from what I heard, his first offer was 5 to 10, and then after that, he said just 5. So if you're going to argue the 10, that's on you, but that's what I'll say.
See, you could go and Google and
It's out of principle now. I'm fine with 5, but it's the principle now.
Well, the fact that you brought something up is great. To me, it's just a common sense argument. It's
damn it.
When you have military and generals doing that kind of fuck shit to cities and roads and infrastructure, they know what the result is going to be. You can't argue that they don't, even without the proof that Pallet exhibited. It's just called collateral damage, right?
You said one of my trigger words.
I did?
Yeah.
What?
Fucking common sense.
Oh, you don't like that?
No, it's meaningless. It's a meaningless fucking thing.
No, it's got to be worth something, Mojo. Come on.
It's worth nothing.
I feel like common sense is like now the phrase for, the baseline of, information, which means you're just lacking information, which is what Trump wants, ultimately.
I still don't understand how that happened. How did we end up in a world where up is down, where the media is lying and social media and your neighbor are telling the truth? How did we end up in that fucking world?
Up is down?
About 10 years ago. Started about 10 years ago.
I know. With, 2016 when he said fake news.
Fake news media.
Wow.
Fake news media. And alternative facts.
Yeah. You have your facts, but we've got alternative facts. What the fuck? Everybody laughed about that. And here we are today. Everybody has fucking alternative facts. What the fuck happened?
Ridiculous. I want to go back to Walter Cronkite.
I think it happened because of also the internet and just the absolute, like, availability of information, whether it be true or false.
The absolute brain rot.
Yep.
I
think it all started with a certain gorilla in the Cincinnati Zoo. I think that's where it all went wrong.
I don't know. I thought it was funny though. I saw a thing where it was like, people talking shit about the brain rot these days for the kids, and then it's like, this is what I used to watch, and it's like, a clip from the Ren and Stimpy show or Beavis and Butthead. It's like, yeah, we kind of had our brain rot.
Well, that's why you never watch cartoons as an adult.
That's fair.
First of all, Beavis and Butthead was like.
No, you're eating on the fuck. God, your fucking mouth is all full of food. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not.
He's not.
It
eating.
was.
He's inhaling things.
Just throw me under the bus, Ash. Thanks a lot. Real cool.
I know that sound when I hear it.
I was vaping, all right? So sue me. Jeez. Just stressed out.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's really crazy that it had come this far. It's like some people were laughing at it, some people were apparently laughing with it, and it really went this way. This is the timeline we're on.
Somehow Donald Trump's idiotic words broke through. I don't know what to make of that.
I've been saying it for years now, but it is like people have continued to draw more and more comparisons to the movie Idiocracy at accelerating rates, and it's just like someone did a cut together of Trump walking out with Dana White, and then like back to the movie where he's walking out Camacho or whatever, and it's fucking crazy.
Well, there's a whole side-by-side sequence of like the movie versus that event. Like there's so many similarities. It's so funny. The ending of that movie is pretty bleak too, I gotta say. So I'm not looking forward to it.
What movie is it?
Idiocracy.
Oh, yeah.
The movie where they created Crocs.
That's right.
They made Crocs for that movie.
No. I believe the story goes that they were asked to find stupid-looking shoes, and someone found the Croc and was like, let's use these, and then they became very popular after that.
No, they created the Croc for that movie.
I heard what Ash said. I heard that like they were looking for the dumbest shoe possible, and then they found that shoe, and then it caught on, and people started wearing them, like right around the same time.
It was Mike Judge that asked like the people doing set design, find the stupidest shoes that you can find. And they found this small little company that was making like shoes that you were supposed to take to like a water park, and it was called a Croc. And they used those shoes.
My kids had those shoes, and then you get these little things that you can put in them with little characters and stuff.
And then the really cool, fashionable people decided to wear them all the time, not at water parks.
Right, with pajama pants.
Mm-hmm. And anime T-shirts.
Is this a subject you guys want to talk about?
What did I miss?
Oh, nothing.
So much. We figured out gravity and like nuclear stuff.
Did we get to the bottom of it? I don't recall.
And we debated on the Civil War.
Birds aren't real.
I thought they were informants for the government or something.
Only certain ones.
And certain ones are real. The biological ones they designed to be the informants, though, or the decoys. Sorry, the decoys.
Anyway, what I missed today? What did Trump do?
So HR, gravity is not up for debate. Gravity would be down for debate is the correct way to say that. Because gravity doesn't pull up.
We were debating on whether two masses would attract each other if they were right next to each other without being pushed. Pretty crazy.
When Go Army was talking about the magnet theory, I couldn't help but think about that Insane Clown Posse song called Magic. And I was like, magnets, how do they even work?
What I want to know,
there is no up in space. They also can't hear you scream.
Why is it that certain people are more attracted to each other even though their masses are the same? That's what I want to know. Exactly.
Pheromones.
They say 95% of it is smell.
Pheromones.
Tell that to the internet. There's a lot of people on the internet that are attractive that I cannot smell.
Yeah, but once you date them, maybe you would not be attracted to them.
That's a good point. That is a fair point, yeah.
Was Go Army trying to say that it was magnetism that caused gravity?
Yeah, he's kind of gone off the edge with that.
Yeah, that's not right. That's very wrong.
See, the thing with flat earthers is what their strategy is they can debunk so quote unquote debunk one or two like individual facts on their own, like different laws of physics or whatever. But when you combine those things with everything else in our universe, everything else that's a law of gravity, it falls apart and it doesn't make sense. And so that's the trick that they're missing, that is the balancing of all of these different things being true at the same time in order for it to exist and be real. That's where their arguments fall apart.
Yeah, I don't understand why they all have pilot friends. It's just their appeal to authority. It's like your pilot friends.
Every flat earther has a pilot friend, just like every conservative veteran on TikTok is a combat vet that fucking served 8 tours in Iraq. Like, it's just a fact of life.
And every MAGA has that one black friend.
Did you guys see that Trump basically... Oh, fuck. Did they just score? Sorry. Did that Trump pulled the Senate... what do you call... Oh my God, my brain is like not working. The Senate confirmation of the New York Attorney General for the DNI position, and he was like, yeah, and I'm not going to sign FISA 702 without the Save America Act attached to it. Just completely throws this onto Republicans out of nowhere, seemingly because he desperately wants Bill Pulte to be DNI, even if it's temporary. And, like, I just don't understand why. He doesn't have any intelligence experience, and he's under investigation right now.
You could have been talking about any one of his, cronies.
Yeah, he's a lapdog.
That's the MO.
Right, but, like, it is just strange because, like, we need FISA, right? Like, FISA is something that we use a lot and is a really big part of national security, right? And like, so like, I don't have any, I don't think that America is just like out here not spying on people to keep us safe. Like, that is a thing, right? Like, that is a thing that we need to do. And to just say you're not going to have FISA without the Save America Act, which would essentially stop people like me from voting because I still vote in Virginia. And I would have to do a mail-in vote.
Yeah, that's fuckery.
It's fuckery. It's definitely fuckery. He wants Bill Pulte in there for some kind of reason. And also the MOU got published, and it's exactly the same thing that was leaked when they said that the thing that was leaked was not the thing that was real. And now it came out for real, and it's exactly the same.
And the weird thing is that the New York, like, they didn't, I think, the Blue Act or whatever it's called, Blue Slip, a little mechanism in Senate where this guy Clayton, he's a United States attorney for the Southern District of New York. They were going, of course, he stopped the the confirmation hearings like right beforehand and did all this, like you said.
Yeah, and he was claiming it was because he wanted Jamie to be in the U.S. attorney position in the Southern District of New York before Jay Clayton came up for confirmation. And this confirmation, by the way, was like record speed because everybody wanted to make sure that somebody was in that D&I position in order to push FISA, because Republicans don't want Bill Pulte in that position either.
Right.
So what is the fuckery going on? What is this guy doing? It's two ultimatums. It's basically saying if you're not going to get FISA without the Save America Act, and you have to put Bill Pulte in at least for a little while.
Well, is he already in there because he's the acting he's acting in that role?
No, he's not even. No, he's not in the role.
Because what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard's still in there technically.
Technically.
Gotcha.
Well, strategically, what could this role do to benefit Donald Trump?
Oh, so many things. So many things. The amount of data that you can get access to as the DNI just through something like FISA, because even though FISA is supposed to spy on people outside of the country, like American data gets swept up into that all the time. I mean, I don't trust Bill Pulte to do it. He took people's like mortgage records and started going after people completely randomly. In fact, to the point where, like, Tennis, you might know more about this, but like some of those prosecutors, it was like denied with something like with prejudice, because like they were like, you shouldn't have ever filed this.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I can't keep track of all this shit, to be honest with you.
I know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
But it's just more the same fuckery. But, you know, I think he's crumbling. I'm going to be honest with you, because I think there's going to be Republicans pushing back on a lot of shit that he's doing.
Yeah, especially because the Republicans that are in there lost their primaries, so they have nothing to lose.
Right.
Like, so that was stupid on his part. The other thing is, did you guys know that for negotiations, Iran brought in like a couple of psychiatrists and psychologists to like handle these because they were treating him like a patient instead of a like world leader?
No, wait. Break that down?
Treating Trump like that?
Yeah, so in order to figure out what to do and how to negotiate with him, they brought in 2 psychiatrists and 2 psychology specialists to help them negotiate with Trump. And the way that they wrote about this, like, it sounds like they were like, well, we weren't really like dealing with somebody who is like a world leader. We're dealing with somebody who's basically a patient. And they won. If you look at that MOU, like, they won. Like, they got everything they wanted, and the IRGC is going to be stronger than ever. They're they're even getting uranium for energy, and Donald Trump is calling that common sense.
See, there's that fucking term again.
I know, it's dumb.
Like, I didn't even heard all that, but I did see them like ushering him around like a geriatric patient when he like went walking off the wrong way and shit.
Donald Trump?
At the summit. Yeah, at the summit.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's like trying to walk up stage the wrong way, and like Macron's like got his like shoulder, like, come on, buddy, come on, we're going this way.
Wow.
That's what I mean, though. It's like everyone is realizing that he's. I mean, he's acting like. He's acting like he's got. No, he's acting like he's got some kind of like
mental illness.
Yeah, not even that, but like a neurological problem, like from old age.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure you've read the studies. Like there's been, not studies, but there have been people like a bunch of doctors who've come together and said, based on everything we've studied on his mannerisms and shit, like we've known this for years. Like he's been going.
Very recently. What the fuck? For hate speech?
What
did I say?
somebody really doesn't like you, they just report
Somebody
you, don't they?
really doesn't like me. Like, really, really doesn't like me. Every time I come up here, I get the same restriction.
And you're having like normal conversations. It's super weird. I don't know. Whatever. I don't.
On April 16th of this year, Ash, there was a bunch of psychiatrists, forensic psychiatrists, and neurologists, some of the top people in the field came together, like put their name on a letter, and I mean top people in their field, and were like, this guy is not mentally well.
Wasn't that the consensus that among psychiatrists and PhDs in psychology that he was a malignant narcissist?
Yeah, that there was that had like 32 people on it. This was like 15 people who are like specialized in people, world leaders and psychiatry of world leaders, like that put together a thing that was like, whatever is happening or whatever he has had possibly in the past. Oh my God. Sorry.
Neurologists probably.
Yeah, and neurologists are saying that like whatever it is, it's getting worse. It's being exacerbated by something. And that what that thing could be some sort of like degenerative neurological disorder.
Yeah, and he's been going to the hospital.
He's 80 years old. So, I mean, he's old.
Yeah, that cognitive test he keeps talking about too, like everybody knows what that cognitive test is, and it's a cognitive test we give with people with degenerative neurological disorders. And like I feel like it's something he's not supposed to be saying to everyone. Like these are and he forgets. You know, like he forgets that he's not supposed to mention it. When he talks about all the doctors the 5 doctors that have approved him, I'm thinking like in what world do you need 5 doctors to do something? And the only thing I can think of is like a room with a psychiatrist, a neuropsychiatrist, a neurologist, a geriatric specialist, and an internist. Those are the 5 doctors that I could think of that would be administering that test. And he's like, all 5 doctors. And I was like, that's the only test I can think of that would require that many doctors.
Yeah, and he was like bragging about how well he did on the test. Aced it,
Yeah,
perfect score. It's like, that's not how you say that.
But also, have you seen the test? It's like, is this a camel? And then there's a picture of a camel, right? Like,
yeah, he like said that. He like said the
when
part
you
about
guys
the
start talking
animal.
on
They got
Discord,
harder.
What?
I'm fucking around. What's up?
What's up? I don't have Discord on my phone anymore. I only get on it on my computer.
Why? What happened?
But I am back in Mojo's Discord.
Yeah. Okay. No worries.
Rustic, I haven't seen you around in a while. How have you been?
I'm good. I'm defending in the fall. So I have a lot going on.
You're defending?
Defending my dissertation.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I know. I'm fucking terrified. It's so daunting. Like just the room that they have it in with the panel of people and it's very like intimidating. I don't know why they do it that way.
Just if you know your shit, you'll be ready. Just know your shit.
I'm feeling good about the research. I'm in the last stage of my of putting together the last pieces of my research, and then I'll be drafting my conclusion probably in like a couple of weeks. So
and think about this. You know, think about if you were questioning you in this dissertation in your whatever thesis, right? What curveball would you throw at you?
Oh yeah,
ready for that.
we've been talking about like that's what I've been kind of doing these last few days through the data, is like looking through the data and like finding any like major holes that could be curveballs, right? Like any sort of mistakes, any sort of like, you know, when you do research, like not everything goes perfectly, right? So like, do you have answers for those moments that don't go perfectly? Do you understand how that affects the research? Do you understand what that might mean for your conclusions? Did you actually add those things into your conclusions? How do you, like, there's so many things to think about.
For sure.
Yeah, what would Brobot rage bait with me here?
Robot always tries to rage bait.
Money printer go burr.
I guess Donald Trump's at Versailles tonight dining with Macron. Perfect for him.
I wonder if they got him McDonald's.
They got 6 Big Macs, HR. I got word from JD Vance.
Like, how is that guy not dead?
Beats me. Only president in United States history to have a physical mandated for him.
I mean, I can try, even without reading your dissertation, to rage bait just up front. The national debt doesn't matter. The M2 money supply is completely useless. Give me a moment and I'll get a couple more for you.
Mojo, are you teleporting? Is that what's happening?
He's playing a game called Crimson Desert. Yeah.
Fuck. I am just restarting, trying to save some money, and this stupid game is pissing me off.
You're doing a new playthrough, you mean?
New capital gains tax.
Oh.
New capital gains tax would demolish consumer confidence.
Oh my god, Robot, stop.
Alright, new conversation, because I hate when Robot rage baits. HR, how's your cat?
She's good. She's killing a lot of stuff this summer.
She's natural born killer. Let's go, Baze.
Yeah, she's really, like, overdoing it with the killing. I don't understand why they don't have the score up. Like, why isn't the score up?
What's the game right now? Portugal versus who? I forgot.
No, Portugal and Congo tied.
Oh.
It's England, Croatia.
They've got the ticker tape parade tomorrow for the Knicks in New York. Woohoo!
Oh my god, this game was 3-2?
You missed it all.
Holy shit. That's a lot of scoring.
That is a lot of scoring for a soccer game. Football.
Yeah.
Football.
England's is a highly ranked team. I have no idea where Croatia lands. There's been a lot of really interesting games, like Spain versus Cabo Verde tying up in a 0-0 game is insane.
I wish I could get in the hype of it all. It's not my favorite sport, obviously.
Yeah, Americans really don't like it. I don't know why. It's so much more fun to watch. It's only an hour and a half long, right? It's not like 3 hours long or like super long. It's a very fluid game. It's very exciting.
I have so much appreciation for the athleticism, though. I mean, it is incredible.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Y'all are absolutely American. You're just liking to see athletic men in tight booty shorts run across the field.
They don't wear tight booty shorts.
I like to watch tennis. I think that the average tennis player is very attractive. Like, not the average, but, you know.
So you like to see men in Speedos?
That physique. They don't wear Speedos on a tennis court.
It's a Speedo.
A lot of swimmers.
Yeah, soccer is only an hour and a half, but it feels like 4.
No, it doesn't.
They go back and forth and back and forth. I know they're good, and I know it's hard, but not my sport. But it's the most popular sport, right?
In the world. This is like bigger than the Olympics to a lot of people.
I hear ya. Can I bring up a political subject and see if anybody wants to talk about it? And if not, it's fine. What do you guys think about potential political candidates for 28 for the Democrats and for the Republicans?
Dude, I don't know. I'm like not impressed by anybody.
AOC and Tulsi Gabbard.
I like John Ossoff too. I think he's my favorite,
but he's not he hasn't announced he's running or anything, but he's my favorite candidate if he were to run. I think he is. He's great.
AOC or bust.
What did you say, Mojo?
I said AOC and Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard?
What?
No.
No? What do you mean
He's trolling
no?
his own lies.
No, I'm saying the Republicans should pick Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, okay.
I think the Republicans are going to go with Rubio or Vance.
I thought the Republicans didn't like Gabbard anymore. Why would they choose?
They didn't like Vance or Rubio either.
Have you, Mojo?
It's like, she goes up in front of that committee and she goes, even though, like, my intelligence agencies might have said one thing, the president decided something else, okay? That decision was left up to him, and a whole bunch of conservatives were, like, bitching at her about that because we were able to
I
use that as
hate
a
that it sounds like you're in a fucking bathroom.
Mojo, have you done a deep dive into John Ossoff?
No.
You should.
Isn't he a moderate?
No.
He's progressive. 100%.
You should hear him talk about
He's the
Israel
governor.
and Gaza.
Oh my God, Moochie, not again!
Oh, did Moochie get a fresh unalivement?
It's still alive! God damn it!
Oh God!
Great cat.
See, this is
Love
why
this cat.
you don't have cats.
No, this is exactly why you have cats. I love Moochie.
Jesus.
I bring you this fresh offering, and you yell at me?
Okay, I have to go.
What happened?
Fair.
My cat brought a live mouse in the house.
Oh no, God. No.
He just wanted to play.
This is why I would not want. I love cats though, but I wouldn't want that.
Good.
He just wanted to play.
I like my dogs. My doggies.
Speaking of doggies, I gotta play with this guy. I'll probably jump off for a bit too.
Yeah, I got to go buy some Prosecco because I'm having people over tonight. So thanks for having me. See you later.
Well, there goes alive. Guess I'll just go play games.
Look into John Ossoff and get back to me.
Wait, isn't he the governor of a red state?
No. He's a senator running. He's a senator from Georgia, and he's fighting for his seat, to hold his seat in Georgia right now. Check him out. I mean, this guy, I'm telling you.
Well, I'm a AOC all the way, so if it's not AOC, it doesn't matter who the Democrat is.
No, just check out John Ossoff. I mean, I really like AOC too. Don't get me wrong. I really like him.
I mean, I'm going to write fucking AOC in the goddamn primaries if I have to, and then whoever wins the primaries, I'll vote for. Do
you think there'll be a lot of people in the primary, or do you think it'll just? I
think there'll be a bunch.
Yeah, I think that's
12,
a good thing.
I say at least 12. I bet there's at least 12 candidates in the primary.
I'd love to see that. I want to hear all the debating. Yep. I think you'll like John Ossoff, though. Once you get to hear his policies, he's doing a really good job.
Well,
he's one of the good guys.
I don't know if a president has the capability, but goddamn it, do I want to fucking decouple ourselves from Israel right now so bad.
Yes.
Not partnership, not this NDAA thing. I want to fucking stop. I don't want to stop talking to them. They're not our enemies, but they're not our friends either.
I agree. As a Jewish woman from New York.
I think it's funny that, like, the first thing you argue about every time you get on a panel tennis, you say, well, I'm from New York. Like, every time. That's how you begin, like, every panel. I'm from New York, and in New York.
Yeah, you got me. I'm proud of it.
I could
love
tell.
New York.
I could tell.
Well, I love Colorado too, for that matter. That's a beautiful state.
Our state's going crazy. We've got some guy that killed somebody when he was 7 running for governorship. We got Lauren Boebert, of course. We got our governor who just released Tina Peters for the election interference, like way early, commuted her sentence or some shit. Fucking all the Democrats in Colorado are going crazy. All the Republicans. In my district, the Republican chairperson for my district or for my county just got busted for soliciting a minor.
What?
I'm not kidding.
That's crazy.
Colorado's going crazy right now. It's absolutely insane. We got rid of the fucking progressive guy to put in a Republican running for this district. Well, she was a Republican 6 months before the goddamn primary.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. But she also served under Obama, and she served under Trump.
What do you think about Grant? I'm sorry, go ahead.
She was in the executive branch. She's a rear admiral general or something like that for the Navy, and she served under both administrations.
She's got the credentials, like the solid credentials. What do you think about Graham Plattner?
Not a bad. Well, hold on. I'll clarify that. Not a bad individual per se, but bad for the populist movement, for people like Mojo, if you're looking to push forward like populist identity and shit like that.
I don't care. I just want Susan Collins to lose her seat. I don't care.
Like, she's like a moderate Republican, right?
Yeah, but I can't stand her. After Kavanaugh? Nope.
I feel like I'm going crazy. If you just want Susan Collins out, are you like willing to ally yourself with anybody?
JD, you're always trolling me, and I don't know why.
I'm not. This is not a troll.
You do it every day. You did it in a live like
because
2 hours
what you just
ago.
said is a MAGA adjacent position.
No, it isn't. You're annoying. You're just an annoying guest. You know, I made a point on another panel, and it was just I brought up an example of something, and you said that's the worst example you could give. This would be a better example. I mean, you could be a little bit more diplomatic. I mean, I'm on your side. I think we're on the same side. In any event, my point is I really don't like Susan Collins. I think she's disingenuous. I think she just votes where she's getting paid to vote. And Graham Plattner is, in my opinion, somebody who he may have some things in his past that are not great, but it's not a deal breaker for me.
Gotcha. Okay. So if I am MAGA and I want more economic freedoms in the country, what am I more likely to do? Align with a libertarian or align with someone like Trump?
Well, it depends on what you mean by economic freedoms.
Sure, I can clarify that. For example, I don't want more taxes. I want less taxes. But specifically, I want no tax on income.
Well, then you would align with the libertarians.
Not necessarily true. You'd probably
not
align with
necessarily
progressives.
He asked Donald Trump or libertarian.
Oh, in that case, you'd. I mean, libertarians do talk about it, but they're a little bit weirder. They don't want any kind of tax. Like, not for the rich, not for anybody.
Also, to be clear, I don't give a fuck about Susan Collins. I'm just saying, if you really want Susan Collins out and you're willing to put anybody into the position as a means to get her out, what makes you essentially different from MAGA? It's the same position that the Republicans held when they wanted. It's the same.
Is there somebody
wait, hold on, stop. Do you
Don't tell me
acknowledge
to
this
stop.
is the same positions in 2016 that Republicans held when they wanted Jeb Bush not to be the fucking?
You are you are allowed at this point to tell him to shut the fuck up.
Is there someone running against Susan Collins right now in the state of Maine? Yes or no?
Sure, Graham Plattner. But is Graham Plattner the ideal choice? No. That's what I'm saying. If you're willing to align yourself with someone like Graham
Was
Plattner who has these
Donald
controversies,
Trump, who was
you're
the
probably
better
more than
choice,
likely
Kamala
going to
Harris or
lose.
Donald Trump?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because you overquoted me.
Yeah, sometimes you have to weigh who's the better choice, right? So the perfect example of that would be if you're on the fence about Kamala's policy, but you're facing someone like Donald Trump who's running against her. Then you make a choice. You weigh the pros and cons. So I weigh the pros and cons, which is what smart voters do, and they decide who's the better candidate.
Yeah, this is just a MAGA position. This is the same thing that was said about Jeb Bush. People just really didn't like Jeb Bush, so they decided to get Donald Trump instead.
Liberals. Hi, liberals.
Liberals, hi.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Well, unfortunately for JD, I know that he wants to be the prettiest girl at the ball, and you are. But the actual point here is that it's not centered around you. People have differing opinions, and they would still be allied with you.
I think Graham Plattner is
today tennis.
Sorry.
Sorry, Ella. What did you say?
I was just responding to tennis because she asked how am I? So I said I'm feeling cheeky today.
Cheeky, I like that for you.
But Mojo, please continue.
I think Graham Plattner is a problem. He's problematic. I'm glad I don't have to make that choice.
Fair enough.
I always said I would never vote for somebody that was a convicted felon. That's going to hold true all the time. I'm not sure how far I'm willing to accept somebody. I don't know if it's tough.
No, I agree, Mojo. Do you essentially throw out all your foundational values for the sake of getting rid of one person? That's the argument that I'm making.
My foundational value, in all honesty, is to make sure that poor people are no longer poor. That's my foundation for my whole political ideology. So I guess if Charles Manson could figure out how to do that, I'd say let him out and let him put him in the White House.
Extreme.
I think we do make moral trade-offs, though, when we're talking about different candidates, and it's just which morals to you matter more, which do we prioritize more?
Is that what started your Marxist ideology? Was coming from like, I just want poor people to not be poor? Like, is that a chicken or an egg kind of question? What came first?
Well, how about growing up poor as fucking shit and then not being poor and then deciding that being poor sucks and nobody should have to go through that and then going to school and learning about Marxism?
I mean, yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. I was just curious. No biting necessary, Mojo.
Do you believe that any other system would be able to lift people out of poverty?
I don't. I think that, well, I don't know. Maybe a different type of system, maybe Mojoism. I don't know.
Mojoism. I haven't heard that in a while.
Anytime we talk about like things regarded to problems within our own party, this one person always fucking joins and then just wants to talk shit about me. It's crazy. They're an anti-fan. I have my first anti-fan, Mojo.
Who are you talking about?
Never mind. I shouldn't go into it. It's not deep.
I was told we have permission to tell GD to shut the fuck up. Is that true?
No, Tennis does because he said, stop. So I told her that she had the permission to tell him to shut the fuck up once, just because he was.
And I did, and I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. I'll save that for later.
Just got one in the bank.
I can't write all these things down, by the way, because I don't. I actually physically write this stuff down, so I'm not going to be like Dino flipping through a friggin' spiral notebook trying to figure out all the notes I have on people.
Oh, do you keep notes on people? That would be interesting.
I keep notes on things like you having now 3 galaxies because you said you were willing to give one up for whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And me mentioning that I come from New York all the time.
And you're Jewish.
I didn't say that.
Misty's like, I don't need to keep notes. Go ahead, Robot.
Have you ever looked into why capitalism came about? Like what it actually did, where it started?
The end of feudalism into mercantilism, then into capitalism.
So if you're going from the end of feudalism, what exactly was capital doing in order to become capitalism?
It was not sitting in the coffers of a king or a lord. It was more disseminated amongst the other nobles, I guess.
Well, no, this was the start of the banking system, where people were being lent money, and that
I'm
money
sorry,
that was lent out
the Iron Bank has always existed. They've always been accruing interest. As a matter of fact, this goes all the way back to fucking when the Torah was written, because that was supposed to be a fucking sin. So they've always been making money off of money.
Correct. So now you go back to the original roots of capitalism. Capital making capital is far older than feudalism. Feudalism was born out of a different system.
Okay, I'm not talking about money making money.
But that is capitalism.
No, it's not. Capitalism is theft. Capitalism is theft of labor.
Does anybody else share that opinion?
Yeah, Karl Marx.
What was the... I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, Robot. What was the opinion again?
Theft
His
of
opinion
labor.
that capitalism is the theft of one's labor. It's not definitionally anywhere, so it'd have to be an opinion.
Well, I think...
I feel like... I feel like in some extent, given like the modern terms of the definition, like how companies have used capitalism as an excuse to take labor, you probably could argue that. So I'd probably share that opinion. But if we're talking about like definitionally, probably not.
Yeah, it's definitely not in there definitionally, but that's what I'm saying. Like, how many people share the opinion? He gives Karl Marx, sure, but then you would have to elaborate more on what Karl Marx's opinion was. But Mojo's separate from Karl Marx. That's why we have like the Mojoisms. So I'm more or less trying to hammer out where exactly he's coming about this. Is this from his own opinion and ideology, or is he actually coming back to quote Marx?
Are you are you referring to me like I'm not in the fucking room right now?
Yes,
No, I'm referring to you because I'm talking to JD.
Like I'm not in the room.
No,
you're not
certainly
in the room.
here.
What the fuck? Okay, you
Yes,
guys have
what I was talking
you
about.
guys go ahead and have a conversation about me. I'll just sit here and
Who's this old guy that's rambling up above us, Robot? I don't know them.
It's God.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look at the beard. That must be
Wait,
God.
no,
We're
Mojo
saying-
is Jesus. No, we figured out that Mojo is actually the Jewish Roman deep state, and he's actually Jesus.
what?
We
Who
came
figured
to
that?
that conclusion last night.
Yeah,
I heard.
that
I
was
think I
so
remember
bad.
something like that.
That was really bad, but it was funny.
So bad.
I think everybody on the panel was stoned. Everybody.
I was stone cold sober. I don't drink or do anything. But I let Easy up because I figured you wanted some ops on the panel. I hope you won't bite my head off.
I won't. He might.
Yeah, I don't. Easy has no
he's-
thinking abilities.
He's got to be one of the worst ops on the fucking all of TikTok.
Other than calling me Belgium for a while, which was kind of annoying, he's always been friendly to me. Can't say much bad, other than he's boring. Right, Easy?
Well, El Predictor is also friendly. He's just a kid, though, and he'll repeat really stupid things that he shouldn't repeat.
I think you're pretty cool, Ella.
Thanks. I'm not a fan of Al Predictor. I can't help it.
No, I don't think anybody is.
Well, speaking of dumbest ops on the planet, Go Army is back. If you guys want to talk about Flat Earth again.
He's like Al Predictor is. Al Predictor is like I imagine the old the Abominable Snowman or whatever, where the the island of misfit toys, and Al Predictor is on there because he just blurts shit out all the time. That was his fault, and that's why he ended up on the island of misfit toys. Just always like
I actually wanted to chime in. I sort of agree with Mojo's statement about capitalism. I think it's a logical conclusion from the definition in my mind.
Oh, well, I mean, even... Sorry, hold on. The beeping.
Well, while Easy waits there, for me, that would be rewriting history. Because if the Iron Bank existed all the way back to the Torah, then definitionally, capital is capital making capital, money making money. The earliest banking system would inevitably be the start. So capitalism did not start after feudalism or from feudalism.
That's
feudalism
not the definition.
Would be born from other systems.
That's not the definition then, because back then, when the Torah was written, there was no capitalism. They didn't have capitalism back then. They had kings. They had multiple gods. They had all kinds of other shit. The capitalism didn't exist back then. Capitalism was something that came around, in the 1600s, 1700s, something like that. So the Iron Bank existed. Making money from money is not capitalism.
Well, a lot of people would just say that extraction of surplus value is going to represent.
That would be theft of labor. By definition, that's theft of labor.
Yeah, I know. And so capital making capital, when Marx describes capital as representing dead labor, so that's still labor, and if it's generating more, then this is going to be ultimately theft of labor, because he'll regress that all value will come from species being human labor.
Easy, what is the definition of labor?
So it still would fall under that. This would be under his earl.
Damn it.
Easy, I'm not trying to cut
Somebody
you off.
save us.
Easy, I'm not trying to cut you off, but you have one bar, dude. You're coming in and out. I don't know if you're teleporting or what. Yeah. Nobody can hear what you're saying.
Sorry, 1 second.
All right, we can hear you now. Okay. What is the definition of labor, Easy?
Yeah, all I was saying is that Marx is he attributes capital as dead labor. It's kind of stagnant, and if dead labor is making more of itself, it's not really able to make labor in the sense that he would attribute all value to come from. It's going to be the human species being sort of element. He believes all value is going to come from there. So capital making capital is just going to be more extraction of surplus value. This is still theft of labor.
So wait, do you just basically agree with Mojo? It's just theft of labor?
No. I agree with you that Marx, and even Marx, I don't think you made this point, but even Marx would say that capital making capital is going to represent theft of labor. And if we're going to say that that's capitalism, then there you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's basically my point. That's why I was referring to the banking system, because factually it's older than feudalism. So you can't say the system that you're railing against is born from feudalism when the system you're talking about was born before feudalism.
Well, I mean, even Marx will talk about how communism started off as primitive communism, right? Very
also true.
Early
socialism and communism itself started way before feudalism. Mm-hmm. Probably a smooth 1,000 years beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with all that. But that's okay. Doesn't really much matter. You're going to disagree. Well, everybody's going to want to put free markets in with the and private ownership of capital in with the fucking definition of capitalism, but I just disregard that notion because markets exist in every system, and people own private property, so I don't know that it matters. I would have to go with what JD says. It depends on what you define labor as. I'd say waking up, every moment of your day, sleeping or awake, is laborious.
Mojo actually
Sure,
agrees
but
with
when
me
I-
as a W.
Well,
again, when I put money into the
if we're
stock
gonna
market, sorry,
if we're gonna,
but if I put money into the stock market, I am not doing any labor for that money to generate more money.
Somebody else is. The people that actually control the computers,
that's the point.
people that are counting the money, the people that are running the programs, the people that are paying attention to the trades, those people, somebody else is putting labor in, and you're making money off of their labor.
Well, that's the point, and you're stealing it. And so, if capital is making capital, still theft of labor ultimately.
So if I put money into a savings account and it generates money, am I also stealing somebody's labor?
Yeah, the bankers.
How the fuck am I stealing the banker's labor?
You wouldn't be stealing. So the banking system, right? It'll like generate money through like debt. In that way, it's like diluting the purchasing power. So in a sense, you're taking from all people, right? And that will be the surplus extraction. The people that get that money first, the new money, before it has a chance to be able to dilute the market.
I don't see how that would be possible.
Money isn't real.
Wait. Go ahead, Ella. Money isn't real.
Money isn't really real. Like when you put it in the bank, it's not like they keep a stack of coins somewhere or a stack of bills somewhere, right? Like, so it's just a number in a computer at that point. And once it's in the system, like, is there really still labor attached to it at that point if the system's already in place?
Somebody has to build a computer. Somebody has to write the code. Somebody has to make sure
it's already built.
Somebody has to make sure they maintain the system. They have to update the system. They have to do, there's all kinds of. Somebody has to create the electricity that the computers use to actually do this. This is all labor that's going into you being able to make money by just giving somebody else money and having them give you money back, more money back.
So ultimately, labor would just be something that like turns into some kind of a product or service.
Yeah. So my envisionment. I don't know that you necessarily need a bank, but I guess banks don't have to go by the wayside either. I just don't think money can be a commodity. It's not something that you can make money off of. Like it doesn't have its own inherent value. Basically, all I would suggest money would be an IOU. I owe you this much money for giving me this cow or whatever it is. But if whatever it takes for you to make a particular product and whatever that product sells for, you get 100%.
Mojo. See, to me, that would be more of the theft of labor, because if we go off the traditional sense, the store of value was food. So if I bought grain from you and I took the seeds and planted them, used my labor to cultivate more grain from that, you're saying it is still owed to the person I bought it from.
I am not.
Would you rather us go back to a system of Sorry, go ahead, Ella. I know I've been hogging a lot of the conversation.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say I have to go do therapy. That's no offense. I actually have a therapy appointment. I'll see y'all later.
Good luck.
Bye.
Good luck.
That's funny, though.
I was probably going to say that the same thing as Probot is just trying to understand your frame of mind here. Are you in favor of a more tangible form of currency or trade here? Like the idea that, I give you corn and then in return you give me chicken fettuccine or whatever the fuck?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, you could do barter, sure. Barter is always available for any system you're going to create.
Okay.
You can always barter, even in the system we have right now.
Okay, so say you produce something, right, and you gave it to somebody who then, right, took it and then gave it to somebody else for something, whatever, more. Like you traded a fish for like 2 sweaters, and that person took 2 sweaters and traded it for 4 fish. Would you say that the initial person that gave the fish, right, got the 2 sweaters, something was like stolen here, and there was some theft of labor? I would think that you would say that value is determined after, like, you know, the commodity has gone around between, like, person to person within a market.
What Easy is describing is the subjectivity of value, whereas currently our store of value is objective. The US dollar is worth $1 US.
No, I'm not even talking about subjectivity. Generally, like, the communist will say, and the relationship between, like, the owner and the worker is that the worker is essentially selling their, not what they're producing, but their capacity to produce. And so that is insufficient. Being paid the capacity to produce, they should be paid what they, like, produce, and this is determined, like, once whatever they're producing hits the market, and then they're getting paid. So, like, think of, like, an owner as simply just being, like, some type of middleman that is, like, leeching or is a parasite off of the other person's labor. But if you wouldn't treat this the same, like, once that commodity goes into market and it, like, shifts hands, maybe, like, Brobot is seeing an opportunity and he takes it and sells it to JD for something else, and it's more, right, than what that initial trade was between you and him, Mojo. You're saying you wouldn't recognize this to be, like, extraction of surplus value?
You just had a whole conversation on your own. I don't know why I would say anything.
I didn't have any conversation. I asked you.
You didn't ask a question.
I asked you if you wouldn't. Why wouldn't you recognize this as, like, theft of labor? What is, like, distinct between these two sort of things? The worker-owner relationship, capacity to produce is being paid out, but we recognize under the communist framework that this is theft of labor because what they produce, right, they haven't received compensation for, whatever, like, it hits the market for. But under your scenario, you just said that this wouldn't be theft of labor if, like, Brobot took what you made and did some type of arbitration.
I didn't need you to rehash your entire conversation with yourself.
Well, then, did you get the question?
Everybody, there was no question there. You're just having a conversation with yourself.
What's the distinction? What's the
distinction between what?
The two things, the worker-owner relationship. Okay,
I don't know. You already answered that, I think.
Actually, I didn't. I'm asking you, what is the difference between...
I'm pretty sure you already answered that.
And Brobot committing arbitration.
I don't know what that has anything to do with the story you just had with yourself.
So you don't think that this is extraction of surplus value?
I can do it a lot faster. So Mojo, he is talking about in the barter system that you had elaborated on. Like, if I had whatever, like a ball of string, and I traded it for 2 fish, so that is our current store of value now. A ball of string is value or equate to 2 fish. I then take those 2 fish and get, 2 bells or 2 bushels of grain because they really wanted the fish. And then I take those 2 bushels of grain and I exchange that for, like, 40 loaves of bread, and then the 40 loaves of bread for 3,000 fish. Like, there is no set objective value or any store value. Is this theft of labor? Because obviously I am getting more and more, and I only started with a ball of string.
No, it's not theft of labor.
Not?
There's your answer. He said no.
Well, why not? What's the distinction here?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. Like, so what is your substantiation when you make forward the positive claim that it wouldn't be theft?
Because it's the product that is the outcome of the labor that you're trading, not the labor itself.
What do you think currency represents?
Right. Exactly. This is why we're saying that this product, okay, that robot is taking and is like continuing to trade and capitalize on, even though you've only been compensated for whatever you thought it was worth, right? Apparently the same thing, whatever
I was willing to sell it for, whatever I was willing to trade it for. Because it's not the actual labor itself. It's the product of the labor. And if it were my labor and I own 100% of it, I get to decide what to do with the product of that labor. I can give it away to somebody if I want.
Okay. So an owner can own, let's say, implements and provide it to a worker. And a worker, right, now becomes what? The new owner of those implements? Because you're saying so then how are they the rightful owners of like something that they produce from like resources, materials that somebody else owns?
Because they own their own labor. If the person that owns the material, puts no labor into getting the material or adding to the material to create the product that's being created, then they get nothing out of it. They produce no labor to actually come to the value of whatever product was produced in that labor.
Okay, so
but how do those two things tether together? I know what you're saying, Easy. So in today's modern system, you can sell your labor. People do this all the time. You sign up to work for a set wage.
No, it's called wage. It's called a wage, and it's called a profit, and it's surplus labor, and it's theft of labor. I mean, that's all it is.
What?
Then you just did it to yourself with the barter system.
No, I didn't, because I'm talking about the output.
You decided
I'm talking about the output. I'm talking about the output, not the labor itself.
Yeah, exactly. The same thing happens here with the wage.
No, it does not.
How does it not?
Because labor is not a fucking product. You're trying to turn humans into a fucking sellable product.
Absolutely,
you are creating slaves. You are creating slavery right now.
You valued your labor for the two fish. You are also valuing your labor.
No, it has nothing to do with the labor. It has nothing to do with the labor at all. I just had two fish. There's no labor involved in that.
You labored to get those fish.
There is labor involved.
Well, then I own those fish, and I can do whatever the fuck I want with those fish.
Okay. Do you own your labor, and can you do whatever the fuck you want with your labor?
I should own my own labor, yes.
Okay, so can you sell your labor?
I don't think you should be able to sell yourself into slavery, no.
Okay, wait. You don't think normative. Why are you bringing in like the normative here?
Because everybody chooses to do that in the capitalistic system.
Wait,
that's the system we have today.
Okay, no. Like, why are you bringing in like normativity? Whether something is like
I just told you. I just answered your question.
Okay, so people can do this, all right, but they ought not do this. They ought not do this because
the system shouldn't allow it. We shouldn't have a system where that exists.
We shouldn't have a system where you're going to say ultimately surplus value is extracted. Okay? But they are still the ones that are like selling their labor. It's consensual. And so like even in the barter system that you described,
people sold themselves in indentured servitude all the time back in the day. I'm saying that we should not allow that to happen. We should create a society where that's not allowed.
Wait, but you just said people should be able to do what they want with their labor.
Except for to sell themselves into slavery, because then they're not doing what they want with their labor. As a matter of fact, it's kind of contradictory to say that I'm going to give somebody else the power to describe or define what my labor is.
Labor is going to be.
I don't think you can do that.
Mojo, let me ask you, do you think that the company has I'm just going to use like a slight example here, or hypothetical. Do you think that the company has the right to determine or set the wage for a line worker?
We live in a capitalistic system. That's what they do.
That's what they do, but do you think they have that right?
In this
Because
system, yes.
We're talking about ought not, shit like that.
In this system, they do have that right. That's why I want to change the system.
Okay, but personally speaking, you don't want them to have that right, correct?
I want to change the system so that that right does not exist, yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's great. You're just arguing right to work states where you have the ability to not sell yourself into slavery.
That's not what right to work means.
Come and go from the company as you please.
That's not what right to work means. That's not what right to work means.
Yeah, you can quit right now.
That is not what right to work means.
What does it mean to you?
Yeah, he's
right to work. Right to work means that they have the right to fire you for whatever fucking reason they want without even telling you why.
Well, you also have the right to leave without any reason.
You always have the right to leave. That exists whether you have a right to work state or not.
Is that actually true within the union
Yes.
list?
Yes, you can always quit your job. No one will stop you from quitting your job anywhere.
Okay, never mind. That's not what right to work means. Robot.
Interesting.
Well,
I thought right to work was about unions.
You can't just, in certain cases, you can't just leave without like punitive, like if you have like a contract or whatever. You just leave out of nowhere. Sure, you can do that.
Well, then it's contract law. It's not about right to work or right to leave.
So even,
it's a contract you signed.
Aren't you the one that makes the case that you're consenting to taxes because you sign a contract like the W-4 or whatever the crap? So like
we live in this system. Wait, hold on. I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world. I don't know how many fucking times I have to tell you guys this. We live in this system right now. So I do define the system the way it sits right now. I say that we need a better system. And I want to change that system into something better.
Well, what you want to change it to seems like the same system.
It's not.
Well, people are still consenting. People are still choosing to sell their labor. And they're just okay with it.
People are not choosing to sell their labor.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
They like put their labor into some sort of commodity, right? And then they sell that for more than whatever commodity.
They own 100% of it.
Also,
they're not selling it to anybody else.
I just looked into it. Whenever we're talking about like,
it doesn't seem like that they own 100%. If you're controlling how they can like change where that resource is distributed.
Whenever we talk about companies that are protected by legislation stating that these companies have the ability to fire you for any reason, that would be at will employment. That would not be right to work. Right to work would be
that is a right to work state. That is exactly what it means to be in a right to work state.
Right to work essentially means that
this is like the death tax.
That's driven up, the contract that's struck up by the employer and the union, like shit like that. That's what that is.
Can you tell me where in this country you cannot just quit your job?
I'm not making that argument, Mojo. I probably agree with you more than anything.
What
I'm saying is we're mixing up the definitions.
No, we're not. I'm telling you right to work means.
I looked it back up. It stems from the Wagner Act in 1935 because before this act, you had company towns. You could not fucking quit your job and just
That's what away. I just said. We haven't had that since fucking slavery or indentured servitude.
1935, slavery had already been ended.
Yeah, that makes your case weaker, though. I mean, if you could just quit at any time, this means you do have, like,
That doesn't make anything. Ownership. That says nothing about my case whatsoever.
You said that people ought not to be able to sell themselves into slavery, indentured servitude. If they can leave at any time, this doesn't seem like slavery. Buddy.
Right to work.
No, it is slavery because food costs.
Leave at
it is time? Slavery because food costs money.
Can a slave leave at any time?
It is slavery because food costs money. So in other words, you have to. In other words, you have to work in this system in order to live.
I understand that. Slavery. Can a slave leave at any time?
Right to work. What it means. You do not have to be
just avoiding the question,
in a union, join a union, or be forced to pay union fees. That is what right to work means, Mojo.
No, it's not.
Okay. Do you want me to pull up the source?
You can pull up whatever the fuck you want.
Okay.
I live in Colorado. I was working the government when they passed the fucking right to work bullshit.
Whoa, is that something else? Did they just use a titled bill in Colorado?
A title bill?
Yeah, was it just
what the
titled
fuck is
right
a
to work
title
or some
bill?
shit?
No,
Was it
this
just
is
titled-
what right to work states mean. That they can fire you for whatever reason they want. If you do not live in a right to work state, then they have to give you reason to fire you. You have to be fired for cause.
Sure, but it goes the other way too.
No,
They
it
use
does
in the
not. You
appropriate
always
The
have the
Wagner
right to
Act of
quit.
1935.
Yes, you always have the right to quit. Always.
No, you have not always had the right to quit.
I said you
could
do
not quit
today.
under company town.
Today. We're talking about today.
Sure, today.
Mojo. Oh.
But that's because of right to work laws like the Wagner Act.
Mojo, when you say right to work for Colorado, are you talking also about at will?
At will employees?
Well, that's what I was trying to say to him, Noel, but he didn't want to understand that.
Because my understanding was at will means like employers and employees can terminate. You're able to terminate the contract at any time.
There's no there's no contract.
How about relationship? How's that? Is relationship a better word?
You always have the right to terminate a relationship. It doesn't in any state, in any job, in any industry, you always have the right to terminate. That exists for every single person that lives in the United States of America.
Okay, would you say, like, let's say any type of food, okay, when you're like putting that in your mouth, it involves labor?
Mojo, do you want to put me on the big screen?
No.
I have your source.
Mojo.
What?
Would you say that it involves labor to be able to feed yourself in any case?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when your contention to like this system is bad because you have to work for food, you would have to work for food in all systems.
But then the work would be spread out evenly amongst everybody. So if there's 10 people and only 5 of those people are working to create food for all of the 10 people, then the 5 people that are not working to create food are getting food for free. They are gaining from the labor of somebody else. If everybody's putting in labor to make sure that food is gotten, then everybody's sharing in the profits equally. And if everybody's sharing in the profits equally, then you can come to a compromise on you still owning your own labor. But it's when somebody else is taking your labor from you without giving you any compensation for that particular portion of labor, that's where the theft occurs.
Ownership would sort of like mean that you have the control to distribute anyway. So like if you wanted, let's say like arbitrarily, you wanted to give somebody more, you'd be okay with that, like in principle.
Can you sell yourself into slavery in your world?
There isn't a meaningful way to be able to like say that would be the case.
Okay, then you have your answer. Then you have your answer.
Yeah, well, but the thing is like you're just burden shifting. Like
no, it's not.
I can defend it in a meaningful way. It doesn't mean
it's
like
not burden shifting.
now
I'm going
you
to
get to
defend
adopt my
it.
position.
I'm going to defend it in the exact same way you defend it.
Well, no,
and you
don't
agree
even
with
know
me.
how I would
You
defend
agree
it.
with me. You agree with
You're
me when I
just
say.
burden
You agree with me when I say this. So you have no reason to ask this fucking question in the first place.
I actually don't agree with the principle. You know,
You do.
your whatever.
You
your first
absolutely do.
principle. No.
You can't sell
what's the first
yourself into.
principle?
You can't sell yourself into slavery.
Not our first principle.
That is my first principle in this discussion.
Well, yeah. Well, then if that's the first principle, yeah, we don't agree. I mean, that wouldn't be like in virtue.
Yeah,
of
you
that,
agree.
That means nothing.
You do. You do agree that you cannot sell yourself into slavery. You absolutely.
It's
agree
not a
with
first principle. No, it's not a first principle.
I'm sorry that you don't agree it's a first principle, but it is a principle that is based, that this entire conversation that you and I are having is based on. That is the principle.
Okay, when you're saying you can't, okay, do you mean you ought not?
Oh my God. You can call it whatever you want.
Easy. He's not going to change his mind. Just move on.
there's no reason for me to change my mind. There's no reason. There's no reason for me to change my mind. He fucking agrees with me on this.
It's not me agreeing with you on anything. We disagree on the first principles.
No, you agree with the first principle too. You agree with all of it.
All you're doing right now is picking and choosing certain things that look flowery in a different freaking system, and you don't even know how you got there in the first place.
And now you're just arguing to be an asshole. You have no reason to even fucking argue at this point. You agree with everything I said. You agree with everything I just said. Yes, you do.
I don't agree with anything.
Your whole fucking libertarian bullshit ideology is based on the exact same notion.
Not even a libertarian.
You just have a wrong outcome, wrong solution.
Right, listen, I'm not even a libertarian. This is worse than when people call you a Marxist, even though you say that you're a Mojo Marxist. The fuck?
Raj, do you agree with this statement, the following statement? I should be given the legal right to sell myself.
I'm going to boot you if you say that again, and I'm going to just go ahead and block you.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to block you if you say. I'm going to block you if you say that again.
Well, why is he calling me that name?
I don't even know what name you're talking about.
Well, he said something.
He's referring to me calling him Raj.
Okay, can I call you the thing, JD?
What? That was your name.
Okay.
That was your name. Everybody knew you from the beginning as that name.
It's not my name.
But everybody knew you as that.
I don't care about Mojo. It's fine.
I don't care.
Well, then just call him. That's fine. If you don't care, then just call him Easy.
Sure. Easy. Do you agree with the following statement or disagree with the following statement? I should have the legal right to sell myself into slavery.
Should have the legal right? I don't even know if that would make sense. It's a contradiction, right? Legally. Yeah, doesn't make sense to me. But some people accept contradictions. So why are you making that claim? Can you give the argument for that?
It's not a contradictory statement, and Easy's just running away from it. So you're not going to get an answer out of him because he's arguing with shit that he fucking agrees with right now. So it doesn't really matter. He's fucking brobot.
Well, all he has to do is give me a valid argument for me to sort of
rude.
Believe that.
Did you say rude?
He has the burden,
right? Sure. I should be given full authority over my own agency, my own body, and I should be able to decide whether or not I want to be a slave for someone else. Does that make more sense?
Okay. So you're saying you have complete control, right? No, you ought to have complete control, and complete control entails that you should be able to relinquish that control?
Practically. If you want to think of another way, if you want to think of another way to posit it, you can think of all the people like Hale who say, well, we should have the right to vote in a monarchy.
No, I don't care for Hale, okay? What I'm saying is,
you didn't say you had to. What the fuck?
Well, I don't ascribe to that, so it's a bad example.
You don't have to ascribe to it. You just have to understand it.
Okay, I already grasped the concept, so it is futile unless he was trying to make an appeal to authority, right?
No, he wasn't. Yeah. He was giving you an example. What the fuck?
I've already grasped it.
Well, obviously you don't grasp any of this shit.
Oh, okay, all right. Obviously, you're just fat and you're just laughing. And you're not contributing anything to this exchange. So, do you want to contribute or?
Yeah, I'll contribute.
What did he call me, by the way? I didn't even hear it, to be honest. But
he called you gay.
Oh, based.
Yeah, I know, but just fucking stupid. I don't even care to have a conversation with that dipshit. I'm telling you, he was arguing against his own belief structure at that point, and I have no interest in arguing against it. I have no interest in having him prove himself wrong, I guess. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. I'd rather just end the live. God, we only have 50 people.
Miss Ethicist, you can come up. We will be nice and calm and quiet.
I wonder if she agrees with Mr. Ethicist that passive resistance of police is violence.
Does that just mean
that was a good combo yesterday.
Does that mean just like sitting down and not allowing, and not standing up to be arrested?
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's violent. It's violent, I'm telling you. Comply or die. That would be the motivation of the right wing at this particular point in time.
Pretty much.
All right. I'm going to take a break for a while. I'll come back up in a little bit.
Lame.
Well, we got...
See you, Mojo.
Well, unless TJ wants to... Never mind. TJ's gone.
It's because you said you were taking a break.
Well, what the hell? The whole fucking panel's silent. I'm just going
to... Before you go, can you put me on the big screen?
No.
Yes.
No.
Because you're wrong. Right to work does not mean that a fucking company can fire you for whatever reason.
It does.
No. That's at-will employment. Both me and Noel now have said this.
At-will employment exists in every single...
It's a legal doctrine stating that an employer can fire you for any reason.
At-will employment exists in every job that exists in this country right now. There are right-to-work states. When you're talking about a right-to-work state, it is not at-will employment because every state and every job is at-will.
So Montana has a specific rule, like a good cause rule. So if I'm looking at AI, they're considered the only state that quote unquote is not an at-will state. They have specific statutes, but I understand your point and I would cede it.
I don't. This guy.
Yeah, for the most part, closed
right to work only applies to unions.
No, it does not. No. That's simply untrue.
It does. That's like
no, it doesn't.
The legislation is crafted.
That's not. Oh man, no! It has. Never mind. I don't even care to argue.
That's wild.
And then she told me that it wasn't her job to make sure. She said that it wasn't her job to make sure that I got enough sleep so that I didn't unalive on my commute or whatever. And I was just like, what the fuck? And she was a safety manager. You know, she was a district safety manager. So, her job was to make sure that I don't unalive, technically. That was so crazy that she said that to me. Because she scheduled me for, 4 hours of sleep. And, I'm not